fight the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
That's to live. To live is to die. For those that don't know. Most people got it right in the chat. Metallica. What's good, JG, Chris, Mission? What's up, S? Bex? Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of Metallica. I don't know about their 90s stuff. I haven't downloaded any of their 90s, but I don't know if it's good or not. Pretty sure it is. And I have to check it out before I do. Forgot the guitarist's name. The one that got burned up. Damn, I just watched something on that guy the other night. He got Michael Jackson like in the Pepsi commercial. The same shit the military uses. That shit burns at like 2,200 degrees. But anyway. Alternica? Alternica, why? They kind of changed their style? Or is it new band members? Or no, I haven't seen those pictures as I would like to. What's up, El Pero? Oh, that's that's Kamambo, I think. I might have to Suicidal Tendencies. Is that a song or a group? Because I don't know all the Metallica songs by heart. Shit, when I died, I learned a lot. Dying is living. A group? No, I'm gonna have to check them out. I think I heard of them actually. Suicidal Tendencies. That's a wild name, man. Well, yeah. Water, man. I was watching Autodidactic the other night, and no, on the way to work, I was watching him actually. I think it was this morning, and then I watched him the other night. But he has this woman on there, and you know, Dom has come up here and talked about programming in your sleep, and I've actually done it myself to listen to music sleeping or TV, but mostly music, to where I'd know the fucking words to songs that I don't remember. I never listened to some of these songs over and over, like Liquid Swords, the Jizza album. I used to listen to that all the time, so that's why I know that shit by heart. But I started to learn that in prison, man, when I would fall asleep with heavy metal songs that I never heard before, and I'd be knowing the words. I'm like, but anyway, besides that, they were talking about some interesting stuff. I might try to play some of the video. Just a short clip, so they don't ban my fucking videos. Actually, I think it's because I play music in the beginning that's copyrighted. That's their excuse to ban my shit fucking everywhere. pisses me off, but whatever. Fuck them. I dropped the link. Yeah, all right. So the lady was talking about I didn't know this about Google Computer. It takes, I forgot how many liters of water. I think it's liters. It cools down that giant computer they have. They use a lot of water. And they talk a lot about Tartaria on there, which, whatever. But they seem to think these people didn't eat or use the bathroom because they didn't find any bathrooms in some of these buildings. So I don't know. But you know the saying, sleep is the cause of the death. When you eat, what you digest. I was thinking about that. When you eat, it is called digest. And when I eat, I get tired. But if I don't eat and I fast, I have the most energy I've ever had. It's weird. So the question is, do we have to eat? Right? Is that the real question? Like, I mean, that is my question. Can we train our bodies to not eat? When you're hungry, is it parasites in your body telling you they need to eat? Who knows what's in our bodies from this food they're giving us, right? And then they're talking about religion, how people have dreams in their dreams. I've had a lot of crazy dreams when I was younger of fear, like demons chasing me. I've had some of the craziest dreams of fear-based when I was younger. They went away as I got older, but it makes me wonder, with this technology, they can send thoughts into your mind. Do they program us when we sleep? Is the question that I have. I want to hear people's feedback on that. I'm very vigilant in life, and they talk about hypnosis. A lot of things that I'm very interested in and have been my whole life. Cymatics, even though that's newer to me, the last 10 years, I found out about cymatics. They were showing how they were playing a John Lennon song and beautiful symbols were coming up, and then they'll play some fucking rap or some Mobb Deep, or you play some I don't think all the Metallica would show up as angry. They said the water looked angry when they were playing this rap music. And it's true, because when I listen to certain rap music, my mind is it puts me in an angry mind state. I'd be wanting to fuck somebody up. It antagonizes my mind state. The lower vibrating sounds, right? When you listen to these lower vibrating sounds, it makes you want to move uncontrollably, right? At least for me. But when I listen to chill music, you just want to think and you're calm. It has a different effect on you. Maybe that's why hip hop is the most popular music now, right? The most destructive music. For somebody that writes raps and stuff, hip hop has gotten so destructive. These rappers could talk about so much more to uplift, but they only talk about killing, drug dealing, Because they make the most money talking about that, right? The money. Yeah, I used to have to turn the TV off myself when I was younger. Or I would wake up and it'd be like, because back in the days, people don't know, before you had cable and all this bullshit, the TV stations would go off at like, what was it 1 or 2 in the morning, and them symbols would come up. A lot of the newer generation don't know about that. Like, you get all these alerts on your phones. You used to have to watch TV to find out school was closed. What's up, fools and tools? Damn, I'm getting, and it don't even seem like I've been here 43 years. It don't. That's the wild part. Fuck you mean? Oh. Saying connect to the internet. I'm like, what are you talking about? Come on. There we go. That's wild, bro. You could fall asleep on there. Yeah, that video, yeah, that lady was a bitch, man. You told her your fucking information, and she that was some wild shit, man. And she hung up in your face. I would have fucking, man. People like that, I don't know, man. I try not to like think violent and shit. Nah, tennis. Can't play both sides of the fence. People used to tell me, like, tennis. I forgot who told me they are the fence. I think that was Sir Drop one day. He was like, I am the fence. That was funny. Anyway, let me pull this up, man. Just so people can get a little. I forgot what REM means. REM sleep. I'm gonna have to look it up in a minute. You see the fucking Ricos they're dropping on these Crips, man? I tell these young people, man, stop talking on the fucking internet, man. Stop showing your guns. Stop fucking texting about drugs. Stop talking on the phone calls when you're making deals. Like, these young people are dumb as shit, man. They're gonna see when they read their fucking discovery, with everything they've done has been recorded. That guy Big U was money laundering through community, like, he was a community activist. No more fence eaters. I'm just an observer, man. I ain't taking no sides. That shit's a trap. Taking a side, and for the most part, it's a trap, man. All this chaos and division. People are ultimately divided nowadays. There is no whatever. Where are you, autodidactic?
Yo, I heard that they're
Huh? He disappeared. All I heard was I heard that, and that's it. Don't tell me he took it down. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in autodidactic. I know he's got to make money, but he's like, don't say that. Like, come on, man. Hitler. You can't say Hitler? The fuck? That shit's gone too far. You can't say this, you can't say that. Fuck that shit. Who's Das Solo Syndicate? Whoever this is that subscribed. Here we are. Guy Anderson. I don't know who that is. No more frog jumping. Oh, good. It left off where I left off. Sweet.
So you know, that kind of maybe there are civilizations under the water.
Good. I'll do it like this. You're gonna have to listen because it won't fuck up if I do it like this. Can y'all hear this?
Yeah.
Why not? Why
Yeah,
would there not be
exactly,
a micro version of the macro? We're under a dome. In some capacity. Why wouldn't there be a civilization under another dome?
Hold on.
Under
Let me
us,
rewind this.
in the ocean?
I'm just gonna
suspect
play a
that,
little part of
that
it. That's
when
it.
these
Just a little part. There's a certain part I want y'all to hear.
from an angelic being, Joseph Smith from the Mormons claimed to have received divine instructions from the angel Moroni.
All right, here we go. We're almost there. It's
The Chancellor. And what we saw in Trump is the same technology and what we saw with all of them.
Steampunk thing.
Yes.
Yeah. The fashion.
Her
and
name's
building
Kelly
materials, the artwork that
Jones?
you see. I often wonder. It
yeah,
is that
Kelly
Tartarian.
Jones, Guy Anderson, and
It's that whole. Where did it come from?
Campbell
It started
Purvis?
as
Very interesting. I mean,
kind of style.
it's got a lot of ties, hasn't it? Especially because it's very, it's full of like creators and inventors who make these little cool things out of metal and everything's shifted in there. And then it's steam.
what's up, Candy?
So when you see
y'all
it,
hear
when they
this?
kind of portray it, they kind of use
Hold on.
smoke.
I
That's
can't
smoke
mute
pump,
it,
right?
or you won't be able
Because
to
they
hear
make
it.
yeah. But steam's just water. And
Yeah, water vapor. Yeah.
they would have been running off water, like they were using it everywhere. So why wouldn't they be using it as steam power too? And yeah, man, it could just be a remnant memory. So maybe this is what's happening: is that they're fracturing our memories, but there's still some old memories that come through, right? Some residue. And can this explain the Mandela effect?
Yes.
That we're getting reprogrammed and someone's just typing a word wrong in there, like Berenstain instead of Stein, and we get and then we've got this residual memory of, hang on, no, it's supposed to be this.
Because it
Now it's this.
didn't completely.
Hold on.
And if you type into Google AI
Here
level
we
4
go.
dream manipulation,
This is
there's a
it.
lot of context.
All right, dream manipulation.
If our dream state wasn't
All
being
right, here we
manipulated,
go.
but we even
A little bit more back.
Muse, they get all these lyrics and songs through their sleep.
All right, here we go.
And,
Here we go.
can't drink salt water. We're told not to drink salt water. Whatever you do, don't drink salt water. But it's like,
I like salt water.
Battery.
that's true.
All right,
And where did this salt water come from?
that's what I'm saying.
Its expression on their face. They're all just like the same sort of shape, and they all visually kind of look the same. There's no individuality. And then you get this introduction of the Industrial Revolution and the workhouses and the schedules, and they're just born now into a
Living long enough, does something happen?
All right, right here.
As we, like to our brain or whatever at that age, and then we would like naturally break the program, and so that's why God capped it at, they say 120, right? But just an idea. But dementia too, like dimensions, right? Dementia.
We don't regenerate.
Yes, of course.
We don't regenerate.
Dimensions.
And everything that they throw at us, at the end of the day, you could trace back to being its purpose is to put us to sleep. is to exhaust us, is to make us tired, is to sell this narrative. Like, imagine, right? We have this beautiful civilization. It's a highly masterful vibrational civilization. It's protective. All the bells and the resonators and cymatics and the buildings and the street, it's all very like refined. And then suddenly you get something that happens. I'm suggesting this flood came in with its dirty programmed water, bang, took out the whole realm. And then and then obviously you get into the, like, what happened, how did the population repopulate? But suddenly we get this repopulated, but they all, don't they look like, and you would have talked on this guy, that they've come out of a programming clone camp. They're all the same. They all look the same. They're all wearing the same. They've all got the same sort of dazed expression on their face. They're all just like the same sort of shape,
Yes.
and they all visually kind of look the same. There's no individuality. And then you get this introduction of the Industrial Revolution and the workhouses and the schedules, and they're just born now into a realm of rules and laws. And part of that rule is that you go to work, you get physically exhausted, and you go to sleep. And you eat this food we give you, which has always been disgusting, and then you go to sleep. And then they have kids, and they like train their kids exactly. So only in a few generations, we've got a population that now has completely taken on board sleep as natural, is consuming the poisons that subdue us, so we are tired and we're enslaved to this 9 to 5 reality. And suddenly we're living these completely, like, we're like batteries that are just basically being pulled at night and reprogrammed and reset, bang. It is a phenomenon what's going on right now with Trump, and I feel like we've lived it again with Hitler, we've lived it again with friggin' everyone down the line, like loop.
And the other thing is with the waters coming, the salt water, right, the oceans, they create the salt bridges, which essentially turn the whole world into a battery.
That's true.
Right.
And like, where did this salt water come from?
There's some, I can't remember where I read it, but I think it was connected to the Anunnaki, and it was when apparently the firmament was placed over us, so we became sealed, a closed environment. So these parasitic beings couldn't get out. They were trapped here. That they salinated. They
Goddamn parasites.
salt into the oceans because we had an abundance of fresh water, and it was done purposely, apparently. But the Tartarians, I wrote a little bit about this. Their ships were powered by using that energy from the sea, from the salt in the water.
Salt is a conductor of energy. Ding
Yeah, they didn't have sails. They had like big sort of poles on them, didn't they? And they were dragging anchors, right, to create a differential. Is that what you found?
Yeah. Yeah, and it was all done through the fact that they were generating electricity through the salt.
Because it was a battery.
Yeah, essentially a battery. Yeah.
And we're told we can't drink salt water. We're told not to drink salt water. Or whatever you do, don't drink salt water. But it's like I've not studied what's in salt water. What is in salt water? Do we even know? Do you guys know? What is salt water?
No.
Fukushima, H2O, and salt. I don't know. Fish poo.
Because, I mean, it's just like, I'm really fascinated with the idea that we never slept before now, that sleeping is not organic to us. And that it is the sleeping that facilitates the programming and the time loop. It's the sleeping that distorts our perception of reality, and it's the sleeping that fragments our memories. So we can't remember anything about our own lives, let alone anything else. We can't even remember our own lives.
Yeah.
I do.
How are we remembering history? What the fuck? How do we even remember history? No one's talking about it. You're so right with that.
We don't know.
No one talks about it.
We're a species with amnesia, right? But
yes, that's what Graham Hancock says that.
Yeah.
But what about people like Einstein and Tesla? They were famed for not sleeping.
Not sleeping.
Trump's famous for not sleeping.
Trump is too, yeah. Even
I don't know about that.
Oh God, Edison. Well, he said that he would get his and he'd hold 2 balls and meditate, and just as he fell asleep, he'd drop one of the balls and wake up with an idea.
I'm gonna
which
try
is a
that.
sleep state, and then all these
Did you
musicians
say bowls or balls in this
who
game?
do music, right? As in the muse, they get all these lyrics and songs through their sleep. And I'm just reading about Morpheus. Morpheus, he's from obviously the Matrix too, right? He's the god of dreams and sleep from the Greek mythology.
Who's Morpheus' father?
Says,
I forgot.
Known for his ability to shape
Morpheus'
dreams,
father. It was
which is interesting, and appear in human form. Because Morpheus, right? Morph.
The god of sleep was
Morpheus'
Morpheus' father.
To morph them. So that's kind of interesting. As the god of dreams and sleep, he's morphing things.
Yeah, I mean, and how
So
about
is that when it all happens? With
okay,
we've got a bit of a lag. Sorry.
I was just thinking, is that when it happens? Is it at the REM state that we are manipulated?
Yes, that's what I think is happening.
That's when we lose our religion.
Because that's where all the if you think about where all the religion started, and all the people who have faith to religion, they usually have heard it or been exposed to it in a dream. That God appears to them, or Jesus, or Muhammad, or Allah. If you go back to all the original stories of how like with Moses, like it always appears like in a dream state.
Yeah,
it appears in a yep.
And you don't have to be asleep, but it's always a dreamy state.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And you've got people who are very religious, and they feel like they have beautiful, amazing, emanating dreams of their religious leader, whatever it is.
Yeah, but look at Joseph and the Technicolor dream coat. It is everywhere.
So would we even have religion if our dream state wasn't being manipulated? Would we even have it? Because I was like, when did we decide to do religion? And when did we decide to do the law? Like, it's sovereign, holistic beings who potentially, and maybe I give the Tartarian culture too much credit, but I'm hoping, I think that they essentially were holistic, as in whole beings. They weren't consuming any poison because they were just living off their own urine, which is like the perfect thing to consume. They weren't being affected or bombarded with frequency or vibration. So I would assume they also wouldn't have religion, and they would not have law the way we have. Like, this wouldn't exist. Whether you have to follow the laws, or the millions of laws. People, submit. There's too many laws. I'm surprised there's not a law we're breaking, even having this conversation. There probably is. And Campbell told me the other day that it's illegal to talk to fucking dolphins. And then I Googled it, and it's true. In the UK and the USA and Australia, it's illegal to talk to dolphins. Well, there's a reason for that, of course, and interest that we're talking about water.
And dolphins live in the water, and they don't actually sleep as such, because when they
don't sleep,
they only shut down half of their brain, so they're always
shut half the hemisphere. Yeah.
So
how on earth? Why would you even introduce that law? Why would?
All right. I'm not going to play it too long, but damn, everyone dipped out. That's cool. This conversation isn't for everyone. Interesting, fools and tools. And my Aries sign is a ram, I think. And your head is shaped like a ram inside the brain and all that. There's a...
Got to check your dopamine, man. It's what they're going after.
Trump's got no balls. Yeah, your body is a spaceship. But where's that picture I got? People be like, nah, man, this ain't no enclosed system, man. And I'm like, okay. Oh yeah, I got that bridge. Where is this guy? Here he is. This guy watered this thing allegedly. I'm not saying this is true, but this thing right here, he watered it one time, and it was enclosed for 60, 70 years or something like that. I mean, you got to be kidding me, man. I also think plants don't need sunlight to grow.
Is that a picture of Dean?
Yeah, right? I don't know. It looks like Dean, is that your brother, man? This is that bridge that's in Hartford. Right? And
That's
the building
copper.
next to it. Yeah, I was thinking that.
Copper that
Oh, you're breaking up for a second. And right, it looks tarnished, right?
yeah, the copper turns green. You see that on cathedrals and whatnot.
Man. Because on the left's a parking garage / something else. I think that used to be, or there used to be a prison somewhere in this area. Someone said this building right there used to be a prison, but then I heard where they put the highway was the prison. They knocked it down. I don't fucking know, but anyway, yeah. I had those other pictures of bridges, and it made me think of this. Because the building on the right, even though we're getting off topic, but fucking the inside the building, I haven't been in there. It used to be a mall. I remember when I was a child, it used to be a mall, and it has copper. It has marble everything, man. Marble floors. It's such a beautiful building, and you could tell it was really old. And then I'm gonna take more pictures of a lot of this stuff. You could tell they kind of like covered, if you know what I mean. They'll put brick over the older buildings, or they'll put some finish over it to kind of hide that it was an older building. I don't know why they do that, but they do it. I love architecture. Yeah. It's Aries already? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, this is my month. But is it really Aries? Considering they add months, took months off. I just consider myself a ruler of all the signs. I'm under them all. We get energy from them all. Yeah, I wonder about these clones. You know, they're talking about that, and a lot of these singers talk about these cloning centers and stuff. Whether it's true or not, who the fuck knows? It's not like we're gonna go under there to look. They talk about these DUMBs, these deep underground military bases that have cloning centers, and Aries is the head. Aries also looks like Arise, and it's the spring where things spring into action, and it's the real New Year's.
Back to that, how you're talking about crime, how these guys got to stop doing crime. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I heard that during Mardi Gras, they were using facial recognition to get people during the Mardi Gras parade.
For what, warrants and shit?
All types of shit, yeah.
Because I had gotten in trouble in New York City. Let's see, it's been almost 10 years. And I had told, when they were scanning my iris, they were trying to, but I kept moving my my eyes. I didn't want them to scan it. I thought that was a little overboard, right? They already got my fingerprints. What more do you want? But yeah, they've been scanning eyeballs for a long time. And I asked the cop, why are y'all doing this? And he told me that exact reason. face recognition's coming into play, and they'll be able to scan your iris because no one's iris is the same. It's like a fingerprint. Just like I don't think anyone's voice is the same. You can mimic a voice, but it ain't to a T. Fingerprints, voice, and your iris are all different and unique. It's interesting shit. And that dude Donald, damn, it went to 0. That's crazy, man. It kicked everyone out, I guess. They stayed doing that on my channel when I start talking about certain stuff. I think it's the man and woman when they both have that spark, when they both at the same time. It's like an electrical spark. But as far as cloning centers go, I don't know, man. And they go in to talk about a lot of interesting things in this video. It's almost 2 hours long, but they talk about that guy who talks about the cloning centers and how the Queen of England was big on torturing them. You know, that's what they love to do, and drink blood and all that stuff. What? Ancestry.com. Yeah, I knew that shit was a setup. You know, they already got mine, but my thought when it happened, like my felony wasn't even a serious felony, man. Like, I'm thinking, you got to be kidding me, man. You know, I could see if you're a rapist or a chomo and all that, fine, but or even a murderer, a mass murderer, whatever the fuck. But yeah, there's something more to the blood, man. There's something more to it. And this programming too when you're sleeping. Like in that movie with Will Smith, what was that movie called? What was the one when he played that doctor? He was in New York City. That I Am Legend. All them people would always be sleeping in packs and shit, breathing all heavy and shit. But that has nothing to do with sleep. I don't know why I thought of that, but yeah, Ancestry.com is full of shit. They can't tell you what you are by looking at your DNA or blood or whatever you want to call it. That's bullshit. And if they say your iris, what does that really mean? Right? Oh, Chuck, I used to ask my mom, tell me I'm German, Polish, and Italian or whatever. Well, what does that mean? Right? Like, who gives a fuck? Somebody made up that name, Italian. You're Italian. No, just me. All this stupid labels and shit. Because you come from an area, they label you.
Well, you come from an area, and the area affects your appearance and your DNA and whatnot, your genetics. So like if somebody says you're Irish, it's like, all right, if that person's Irish, they're usually fair skinned, right? Like Chuck, my last name literally means fair skin, fair hair. And that's what I got. Because that's where my family's from. They're from Ireland. And that's how it is over there.
Oh, shit.
Over time, families and families and families in Ireland, they just, it's just everybody's fair. It's just you adapt.
Yeah, you're right on with that, fools and tools. Like, I've always would question why certain things make me feel this way. I'm very good at symbols and stuff, and we're like that album cover, Master of Puppets by Metallica, where they got the puppet master pulling strings in the grave. If you take the Baphomet goat head and align it, it aligns with it perfect. And I seen that without even, I was like, damn, that looks like the fucking, I'm gonna put it together to show people. I got to figure out how to get one of them apps where I could take a picture and then take another picture and overlay it where you could see.
Well, it didn't start in the 80s. I mean, that shit's been going on way before the 80s.
Hell yeah. MK Ultra, the Germans, they would sit people in these chairs, and they would have different tests. One guy would repeat stuff. Another one, they did it with books, radio, television, and then I forgot the other way. But they're all programming. But the TV was the most dominant one. The radio and television were the most programming, like it, you know.
Yeah, the TV was used as like the biggest form of brainwashing, like the psychological warfare weapon. That's basically all TV is.
All the old people used to say the TV's the devil. Like, it's not actually the devil, but I know what they meant by saying that now. You know.
Well, yeah, because some of them like were conscious, and they probably seen exactly what it was doing to them, and they're like, "Fuck this shit."
I cut my strings for the most part. It's probably one string left. You know, I can't say I'm fully cut because I'm still programmed a little bit, but I'm pretty much.
Yeah, they play on your emotions and they play on your desires. That's what everybody has now, desires. I want this off of Temu. I want this off of Amazon.
Yeah, Temu. That turned out to be, everything's a scam, it seems, nowadays. Everyone's scamming with this technology. I knew it would happen. Like, I watched this guy. He does interviews with people that have been to Ian, I think his name is. He's from Groton, Connecticut. He does, like, interviews. Forgot the name of his channel, but he interviewed this kid from Long Island. And he was saying back in, like, 2015, 2014, when Bitcoin... He worked on the Silk Road. Like, not worked, but he had mad accounts on the Silk Road, and he had it where nobody knew who he was for the most part. But he was selling millions. He was giving people millions of dollars in LSD. Oh, man, I'm like, damn, man, I want some LSD. What the fuck? You know, these people getting this pure shit, tripping really good. And I think I might have had some LSD or Z that. I tripped for like 30 hours straight. I was starting to get scared. I thought I was into Jimi Hendrix forever, but fucking they tried to give him how many years? I forgot, but he had $45 million. Like,
yo, I got some shrooms off of somebody, and this guy was a doctor. I met these people at a bar. He gave me some shrooms. He gave me some shrooms that were like some heavy duty, you know, super shrooms.
What?
Not just some like naturally grown shit, like some fucking, you know, some lab shit. So I got these lab shrooms. I took them, dude. I thought I was gonna be tripping the rest of my life, man. like Chuck, I was tripping for 48 hours, man.
Man, I
Yeah.
know. I was there with acid, man. First time. Oh, I don't know if it was the mixture of PCP and acid, but man, I was gone that night. I didn't know I was tripping in the club because it was dark, but I was tripping. And when I left the club, I realized it was like 7 a.m. I was at a rave. And when I left, the shadows in Hartford were shifting on the buildings. I'm like, holy shit. And there's a Freddy Krueger flyer on the ground, and it looked crazy. That's when I realized I was tripping my balls off. And man, I don't know. I kind of didn't like tripping in the daytime. All the leaves, you could see the vibration and everything.
Well, it's kind of safer at night. And what I realized is when I was tripping, I realized how hyper vigilant I got, and how terrible hypervigilance is. What it does to your body and to your
Did it
central
enhance
nervous
your
system.
hearing? It enhanced your hearing and your vision.
Yeah, but
And your mind.
it causes a lot of stress and anxiety, and that's what I was dealing with. And I was like, "Fuck this shit, man."
My hearing was enhanced like crazy. I thought it was a fucking X-Men.
Turns you into a surveillance machine.
Yeah, you're aware, super aware. The guy said he was taking LSD. the interview. I might play some of the interview. I'm gonna cut it up and show the good parts. He's a Jewish guy. Damn it. No. But he's from Long Island, and he said he would have dreams of him being arrested when he or visions when he was on LSD. And he's like, the visions I had, he had them 3 times. That's exactly how he got arrested. And I believe it, man. I believe it. There's something that LSD and shrooms do, man, that opens chambers in your brain that we all have. I don't want to say it's seeing into the future, but I don't know what it is.
Well, the whole desire thing, right? Like all right, so you have desires to go for a hike. Like, I want to go for a hike. Like, that's like a natural desire. Now when it's like, I want to buy this fucking shit off Amazon, and I want to buy this gaming system. That's just like, that's a bad desire right there. That's where people are caught in. They're caught in that, like, that choice. Our choices are getting the best of us. It's like, oh, here's fresh air, or here's some man-made fucking steak. What do you want? Oh, I want the man-made steak. I'm starving.
I've said this plenty of times. When I was younger, I didn't like, this is before I even took acid and shrooms. I would be around people and have these thoughts or feel some type of way, and I would tell people, I'd be like, they'd be telling me stuff, and I'd be like, nah, man, don't do that. It's not gonna work out. And I would say this is gonna happen, and shit would happen. And that shit bugged me out. and my friends would come to me and be like, how'd you know, man? I'd be like, I don't know. It's just how I felt. So I told you. I felt like I had to tell you, man, because it just didn't feel right. I think we all have that.
Well, it's like that shining, man. Like when you really connect to just like a flow of consciousness that's not disrupted, you can really get into that flow. That's when you can like foresee shit. But it's kind of like life experience, when you're around certain people, you can predict certain things are going to happen because you have the experience. You've kind of studied people's emotions and people's reactions. It's all life experience. But like when you really are connected to your awareness and consciousness, that's when it's like trippy, and you're like, ah, man, it's like you can predict the future almost. I sound like Talcott here. It's karma, man. It's karma.
All karma is like
that. No. I'm just making a joke. That's all that dude says anymore. It's just karma this, karma that. He's got all these concepts. Like he's resorting to preaching about concepts.
If you treat someone like shit, they're gonna treat you like shit. That's karma. It's just all it is, man. Whatever you put out, you will get back for the most part. But there's some people that.
But Chuck, karma is just a concept. Like it is just an idea that people think is a reality.
Yeah.
Chuck, no. Like literally, karma is a religious concept. That's all it is. That's what it's originally from. It's just a religious concept.
Yeah, people took. I don't know. I just feel it's just simple as you treat someone like shit, they're gonna treat you like shit. It's just that's all. That's all it is. If you treat someone good, they're gonna give you that energy back. That's all. Just the people though will take that and build a religion off it or cultish. They do that with people could do that with anything, man. It's just all manipulate shit and fucking like religion. The lady was saying, in the dreams, but we'll get into that in a minute because we're getting off topic. But yeah, people manipulate anything. I've seen that in a lot of these Masonic lodges. It seems they all have some sort of a hustle, like some sort of a scam, man. You ever notice that? These Masonic brothers are always working together to have a concept or they're always like have some sort of a pitch, right? Some sort of a fucking scam.
Yeah, dude, it's like the same thing as like the Discordian guys that came up with that Illuminati thing where they're putting Illuminati stuff in Playboy magazines. It literally is the same type of shit. Some people are doing it as a joke and trying to pass it off as something serious, and then some people are just full blown trying to scam the shit out of you with some, they're just trying to pimp on you.
I hate getting scammed. That's why I don't scam people, man. I've never sold no one fake drugs. I've never fucking. Scams are terrible.
Well, what sucks is when people are scammed in their mind and you're around them and you're just like, fuck. Like a family member, when their mind is scammed and now they're the scammer, it's like, fuck.
The universe will show you 3 warning signs. Yeah. And I've noticed death always comes in threes. I hate to admit that, but when my mother died, a week later, my uncle died. And who died after my uncle? There was someone else. It was a friend. Then it just happened again recently. A few years ago, I lost my friend in a car accident. And then my friend Dan died of cancer. And then my friend Bob died. And then actually this shit kept going. I just lost a friend, my boy Pop, and that's the one I was telling you, JG was the skater. He was nasty, but his tagging was fucking phenomenal. This kid's, I used to tell him, bro, make t-shirts, put some art. Your artwork is fucking insane. He just never, I don't know why he ever didn't fucking do something with it. His skills were just phenomenal, man. It was mind-blowing to me how good he was. He would just sit there and just project this shit out of his mind and just put it onto, his tags are insane. And he could draw figures and everything. I mean, he would freestyle it right out of his mind. And I'm like, bro, yeah, I don't think he even knew how good he was. He just probably didn't care. He just did it to share it with people. He probably didn't want to make money off it. But yeah,
Hey, you should look up Bootleg 3000, right? It's a skateboard video, but Cool Keith is in there. He does he does these like scenes, right? They have these scenes in the skate video. There's good graffiti, good music. But it's that was like I think 2000, 1999, 2000. It's fucking dope as shit, man. They don't make shit like that anymore. Like remember how dope remember how raw documentaries were in the 90s? And like now it's all HD shit and it's like a production. It's like some fucking some Vice shit. Vice is so contrived and people are taking indirect disses at each other and like it's such a like theater act. Everything's theaterized, man. It's just
everything
fake and
has
gay.
become theaterized. Baseball become theater. All this shit has become it's just phony, man. These sports, the same thing like you're saying with skateboarding, right? It used to, I don't want to call it a sport, but it was about skills and about sharpening a craft and being the best that you can be. And I played
Now,
because I loved sports, man. I loved it. That's what I wanted to do my whole life.
now it's strictly trends. That's all it is strictly trends. Like rap
What's
like
a tilt
this.
toker?
It's not I'll think about it.
Candy, what's a tilt toker?
It's watered down, man. Like quality and style, like substance and fucking, I guess performance is it's different in a lot of things, man. Definitely in skateboarding and in documentaries and shit.
Fools and Tools said every organization is a business. Sports, governments, or sports, government, the hospitals, religion. There's something about hospitals I don't like, man. There's just every time I would go to the hospital, my mother or I just don't like the energy I'd get from these places, man. And the doctors would just seem just pure. Not all of them, but a good amount would seem like, I can't explain it, man. Some of them just seem like they'd love to fucking cut into people.
Well, it's hard to trust them now because now they've been so influenced by big pharma that now they're just like you're looking at them like, oh, these dudes are suspect. Where back in you could say the 80s or 90s, I've seen documentaries where people actually gave a fuck. They weren't doing big pharma. It was all just hands on. Reliable surgeries and reliable help. Now it's like they're trying to scheme. Like now there's a big machination just to make money and just to fucking hustle you. Dr. Patel saying, "Oh, take this pill. Yeah, this pill will help." You start taking that pill, and then boom, you start fucking having, seizures. Oh, now take this pill. Don't worry about SV40.
And growing up, Fools and Tools, all I did was play on the train tracks. I used to sit, man, I don't know what it was. They probably are on late lines. Because I used to always wonder how the electricity would flow through these tracks. See, just put it to zero again. Yeah, they're fucking with me.
Am I coming through?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Candy's right. I noticed, like, I started dude, the real McCoy, when he started talking about how he eats avocados, like, all the time, I was like, yo, I got to start doing that because that's one thing I was sleeping on for a long time. And that's what I noticed is, like, dude, when I'm eating better foods, like avocados and
The Mexican people
Bro, it
know where
helps.
to get. Mexican people probably grow their own avocados.
Chuck, I've had so many injuries from skateboarding that when I eat healthy foods, I feel it go right to my injuries and my wounds and shit. And it helps. Like you feel it, you know? Like it goes to my shoulder, it'll go to my knee, my wrist. Like I can feel that shit, and you get psyched. You're like, yeah, I'm getting stronger and healthier. No, the Terminator. Gets your dick hard. You're like, man, I'm riled up.
It sucks. We gotta when I was younger, food tasted way different to me. It tasted more, just way better. Everything is just so phony nowadays. We're eating like probably 90% chemical, you know, and all that shit. These people that own these corporations are buying shit from China cheap, and it's all garbage, man. When I was younger, I always wanted American toys, Hot Wheels. Well, now I don't think they're made in America, but Hot Wheels is made in the USA, and so was Matchbox and Hot Wheels were American toys, die-cast metal, good stuff. Then they would have the China cheap shit. You ever been to the dollar store and seen them fake toys?
Oh yeah, dude, they got like bootleg pro skateboard, fucking like random ass pro skaters from New York City, like underground guys. If you go to Chinatown, they got these like Chinese skateboards with these dudes' names on them. It's fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, they're bootlegging shit. See, but if you got an LLC and a good lawyer, you catch. Well, I forgot how it works, man, when it comes to bootlegging. I think if you alter it a little bit, you change all you got to do is alter the symbol a little bit, and it's not the original, I don't think. I forgot how that works.
Well, no, companies would buy companies would buy your company and then use your identity, use your logo, and then they just print it for fucking cheap, you know, and sell that shit.
Well, look at the guy in the Silk Road. He had 5 or 6 huge accounts, right? But he made it look like they were all different people that were in competition with each other. Well, that's the same way the corporations work. All these coffee companies, right, let's just say, got one owner, but they make it look like it's competition. Same thing with gas stations. He applied that knowledge to his. He was getting paid in Bitcoins back in 2015. Damn, millions of dollars. I wonder how much it would be worth now. And then he said the feds made him turn everything in, and the feds are threatening him. If I catch you with, I don't think he was that dumb, where he gave all his shit back. I wouldn't have. I would have kept some. Like, fuck these people.
Yeah, but Candy, those avocados, that's like a superfood. That shit, I got 3 of them in my backpack right now.
Yeah, they love avocados. I think it's and look at Hispanics be pretty energetic and healthy for the most part. You know, I only see a lot of so-called white people, right? Light-skinned people, I'll say, getting cancer. I really don't see a lot of other, like, I don't know, it's rare. Mostly people with cancer look like me. It's weird. Clonade. Anyone ever look into Clonade? If anyone's could Google right now, Google Clonade. It's a cloning center, and for real, in real life. As a matter of fact, let me pull it up.
Yo, did you see how retarded that public defender I talked to is?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I said,
Bro,
I was telling you that you gave her your email and she was still acting like a cunt.
Dude, she yeah, well, I gave her all my information, and that was like a week before I talked to her, and I got that on record. I recorded that conversation. And then I talked to her a week later, and she's acting like she had none of my information. She's just playing games. I did some research on that lady. She's like just some weirdo author, right? This like kooky ass author. You know, some J.K. Rowling wannabe that just, you know, got back into law, and she's just a total piece of shit. A Jezebel, man, straight up Jezebel. I got her on camera saying all types of dumb shit, lying left and right, playing tons of games, and I just started fucking toying with her head, man.
Yeah, you can't even get good fucking help anymore.
But bro, dude, it's crazy, man. These motherfuckers don't qualify for these positions. Like, say you go to a mechanic, right? And the mechanic's like, yeah, you know, I'm just going to duct tape your fucking axle. You get what I'm saying? It's like, nah, bro. Like, what? I thought you were a pro. That's all it is, man. Like these lawyers, these like judges, like, dude, they're just theater actors that take on a role. It's all just you know, like, oh, I'm gonna play this guy. I'm gonna be this lawyer. You know, full time. It's my job. This is my profession. Yeah, and I'm a vert skater from the '80s. I'm a professional vert skater from the '80s. You know. Then you record it and put it on YouTube, and people just hate the shit out of you, right? When you start to expose people, other people fear the shit out of you. Then it's like, oh, this guy's a threat. Oh, he's a piece of shit. It's like, nah, you're the piece of shit. Stop doubling down. Stop trying to flip the script. I watch all these audits, man. All these audits and all this stuff, and people just can't. They just can't be like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm fucking up. You know, I apologize. They just got to double down and try to fucking do their best to like beat you when they're losing bad.
Wow, this is in Chicago?
Can't see it.
Oh yeah, let me sign in. You guys got to see this. Hold up. I'm gonna switch over. I'll be right back.
You got Jezebel's got gold diggers, but they can fuck your life. Oh, you can't talk back to this woman. Well, you can't. It's like, man, what the fuck? These dudes nowadays, they fucking bend their knee. That's all it is. These motherfuckers bend their knee and think they're fucking You know, they think they're like powerful and strong because they bend the knee to a Jezebel. It's like, bro, you're a sucker. Straight up sucker, man. That's always been sucker shit. Is that one homie that just bends his knee to the fucking sexy fucking Jezebel that nobody real likes, nobody conscious fucks with.
What do you mean, a female?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's how these dudes are just bending their fucking knee to these chicks and these, you know, they're nut ass homies and shit.
These snaky slurs.
Like, having shitty homies is not dope. Having a shitty chick is not dope. These kids got it twisted. Like, they're fucking. They've been like conditioned. It's like that shit was never dope, man. And if you have awareness and you're self-aware, it's like, yeah, you will realize that shit is bogus.
The trick is that they sell you this dream with the rappers and in movies that selling drugs, you'll become rich. But the trick, see, the people in so-called power designed it this way because they win all around. Not only do they get you to go to jail or you die, they win that way. But you're poisoning the community, they're winning that way. And they're the real drug dealers and the lawmakers. So they got both ends locked down. And yeah. It's just,
bro, perfect example right here, right? I'm flying a sign, right, Chuck? Looking for work. Skilled construction, looking for work. Some fucking Jezebel cunt calls the cops and says that, oh, this guy's out here panhandling. The dude comes up, no panhandling, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this lady called and said you're panhandling. You get what I'm saying? These bitches, like, fucking no dude's doing that.
No, there's a lot of.
And then I talked to this public defender. Like, I talked to the public defender, and you see how she's so manipulative and all her bullshit. It's just like, what the fuck, man?
Why they arrested you for that? Because that's crazy if you got in trouble for that.
No, I didn't get. No. I was flying a sign recently. All that public defender shit's in the past. But I'm just saying, it's like women specifically, they put on that faking, fucking contrived, like gaslighting, like manipulative Jezebel shit, just because they can use it to their advantage, you know. Like, they're always calling the cops, man. It's always women.
Can't zoom in on this. Let's see. Hold on. Do this. I'm gonna have to do it this way.
It's like we got these nurse ratchets out here, and we can't fucking put them in check. Because then we're misogynist or we're labeled this. Everybody's got some fucking angle, man.
It wasn't like that growing up.
Showed up. And like, it'd be nice when the cops show up and they're like, "Shut up, bitch! Leave this guy alone. He's trying to find work." And you're like, "Yeah, thank you, officer." But they come up, "Oh yeah, you know, we heard you, blah blah blah. Oh, do you have an ID? Yeah. Oh, you're being detained. Yeah. All right. I didn't commit a crime here. This lady's just exaggerating." You get what I'm saying?
Are those breasts?
That's in different situations. I mean, when you're flying a sign, you're on somebody else's property. But I'm just saying.
Not if you're on a public sidewalk.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's been other situations I've been in where it's like you're at a skate park skating. Lady calls the cops on you, and the cops show up. Well, this lady says you're, you know, trying to, like, annoy her with your skateboard. I remember that happened at Payne's Park. Like, this lady's saying,
wild, man.
It's like, bro, we're just skating, and this lady's being a Karen. And then the cops were like, all right, can you show us your IDs? And we're like, bro, we're telling you, like, this bitch is just fucking off her rocker, coming in, like, just looking for drama. And then my buddy gets caught, and he gets a ticket for drinking a beer at the park. You get what I'm saying? These nut-ass fucking bitches just can't. They gotta fucking start shit.
There's a lot of that now. People weren't that I don't know. I was just telling a friend about in the 90s, I felt like life was more, I don't know. 9/11 was the fall of this country in a whole, man. Like, I've never seen so many people go out of their way. Like crazy women that, or men, but you mostly see women on the internet, like neighbors and shit, be nosier. It's just wild, man. Like, I was always taught to mind your business, man, unless you see a lady in distress or an old lady being robbed or something. But other than my business, man, I don't intervene or call no fucking cops. I can't even recall a time in my life where I ever called the cops. I remember I would meet people that would say they would call it. I'm like, but what is that going to solve? Handle the problem yourself, man.
Yeah, I'm kind of ranting, and you get carried away when you rant, so I got to chill with that.
This statue right here, I know Zeus has that same ball with the bird, but I don't know if this is a guy or a woman. I see breast.
Is that Joan of Arc?
Funny cross. His staff with his it looks like something's wrapped around the staff a little bit up here, like some sort of electric cord or something. See, they try to tell people that the ancestors rode horses all the time. Electricity didn't exist. But when you look up in the sky at the stars, that's all electricity or energy. Sololuminescence. The stars, I think. Some people say the stars are reflections from the ocean. But I don't know. Wow. The fuck's going on here? Where is this? The centerpiece of the Chicago Expo Grand Court. Daniel Chester the Molester. French Majestic Statue of the Republic, which stood 65 feet tall. It was destroyed by fire. Come on.
Yo, but real shit, all you dudes out there that are bending your knee to fucking Jezebel cunts, you guys are pussies.
Oh, you
Straight
mean
up.
getting married?
I'm not. This is not an opinion. This is a fact. All you dudes that bend your knee to some piece of shit Jezebel woman that's playing the shit out of you, and you know it, and you're weak and cowardly, and you just fucking you're in a state of learned helplessness, right? You're a bitch. You're the bitch.
You talking about getting married?
I'm just talking about these people, man. You see that all the time, dude.
Can everyone read this in the chat? Somebody let me know if you could see this good. Probably if you got a big TV.
And then you got the reverse where it's like you got all these people fucking bending their knees to Talcott, like the Talcott type of like hippie douchebags, right? You see that guys and girls like, oh, Talcott's looking for his power, and it's fucking hilarious, man.
He's saying that people conclude that Tartarians must have been giants, literally, and that's fine.
Yeah, but look at that word right there, believers. Go back down.
Yeah, right here.
Believers in the Tartarian Empire look at doors like this and conclude, yeah, man, it's just a guess. You're just going on an idea.
I think all the reasons are correct. I think people built these statues, especially like kings, would make them huge, And I also think there were taller people that built the same huge statues. Right? I think all of that is correct. It'd be like a guy our size seeing a guy 14 feet tall build a huge statue, and you'd be like, you know, somebody with an ego would be like, I want one bigger than his. Anyway, this is beautiful fucking architecture, man. You rarely see any of this in the U.S. Is this Chicago? Hold on. Statues like this are often claimed by conspiracists to be life-size representations of great Tartarians. So this guy is pretty much just trying to clown anything people say. But I'll take this picture because I'm going to look into it more.
Yo, Candy, it is crazy though with Hawkeye. Like that dude really thinks like his ego's insane, and he's trying to act like he's humble, but he's just constantly manipulating people. And it's like, dude, you went full fucking retard, man. Like it's like you're playing this role of this like Patrick Bateman character that's a YouTuber. Like he's really on some like retarded Patrick Bateman shit.
I mean, you could just tell, man. I mean, the brickwork, the trim. I think I screenshot. When I was driving by this building in Hartford, the brickwork was fucking amazing. So I was like, I gotta show everyone. I think I have it on my phone. I'm pretty sure. I went to Google Earth because I was on the bus and I couldn't snap a shot. It's on Asylum Avenue. See, people should go to these places, man. I want to know what this is made out of. You know, I would be knocking on it to see if it's solid, is it hollow, you know. The pillars.
Yeah, Chuck, you're a sentimental bastard like me, man. Like you got that nostalgia. Like when I was young, I really appreciated architecture, and I still get that feeling being older, where like you see a dope fucking building, and you're just like, ah, man, that's sick, and just gives off energy.
Yeah, because there's too many. The architecture we have today is terrible. Everything's square. It's fucking. There's no skills or thought put into it. Yeah, maybe they gotta measure and do all the math and that shit, but that's about it.
Yeah, and other people see the same building and they're like, "Oh, this building's falling apart. My ego is I can't like this building because then I'll look weird and it'll affect my." You get what I'm saying? Like people are so insecure on certain things. Like it's like you can't even fucking appreciate dope shit because you're fucking shook.
It's like people are scared to be themselves.
Well, it's just that there's stigmas, man. People are just insecure. I can't be seen skateboarding. People will judge me. Oh, they'll call me a skater bitch. Dudes in the hood, like a perfect example. I couldn't be seen with the skateboard because then everybody think I'm trying to be white. It's like, man, you're soft. The dopest skaters, they don't give a shit about that. That don't even bother them. They're like, I got past that shit. There's shit you got to get over and break away from.
Thank God I remember the address. I think it's 250 Asylum Ave.
It's like being white and wearing cargo pants, wearing BDUs and some Reeboks. Dude's just like, I can't do that. People think I'm trying to be black. And you're just like, nah, I don't give a shit. This is my shit. You know? They're always the best people, Chuck. The best people are the people that are like, nah, if I don't give a fuck or fuck that. You know, they can see past like the fucking they can see past like the stigmas, the fucking, you know, imaginary boundaries, you know.
Damn, it's this building right here, I think. Right there. This ain't the ones, man. Fuck.
That's what cool is. It's just doing what you fuck with, that, you know, like really tapping in. Everybody's trying to have that energy, you know, that fucking like, oh yeah, I got that energy. It's like, man, you're just trying. You ain't fucking living that shit.
Yeah, this is the building, 235. I think it. Yeah, it's this building. See it to the left? I'll put the cursor on it. This building, all the way to the left in this picture. The brickwork on that building is insane, man. I was staring at it every time I drive by it, and it's like, these are some master bricksmen.
Yo, I'm sure like there's people in your hometown that'll drive by and see you like staring at a building, and they're like, oh, there's that guy. There's that dude. He's always looking at buildings. Nah, I do the same shit, man. I've always liked brickwork, like arches and whatnot. For one, they're fun to work on and they look dope, but it's cool the patterns you'll see with arches and whatnot, like zagged arches and.
Like even in these old buildings, the wood trim, man, the wood trim in these old school apartments I used to paint or re-sheetrock, and they would rip out all the old good wood trim and junk it and put some doo-doo ass fucking strip wood for trim, and I'm like, damn, how bland and boring. The trim at least had a design to it, and it was damn, what was the name of that building? Shit.
Well, most people aren't recycling the original, authentic stuff they have in the house. Some people do, you know, no shit, but a lot of these jobs you're doing, it's all time and fucking, you know, money, you know. It's not like the person's like, oh, I really just want to fucking save this and, you know, keep it original, but, you know. Get it fresh.
Ah, there it is. Wow.
What a fucking name for a street. Asylum Street.
Mhm.
What's your address? I'm at 924 Psych Ward Avenue.
I think there used to be an actual asylum on the street too, believe it or not. Because you got the train
that's usually
station.
the case, but I mean that's you never
I
see
gotta
that
go to
name
the
as a
train
street.
station. So, what the fuck? I know the building starts with an S. Let me go here. Man. Let me try Google Earth. Whatever. Maple Ave. What the fuck happened? Fuck this shit.
Well, I think that Chuck, that like I know you're older than me, right? But that like East Coast energy where it's like, nah, I'm not even gonna go there, man. I'm talking too much. Nah,
Go ahead.
I'm kind of tailcotting.
East Coast energy is different.
Nah, I'm kind of like tailcotting right now.
East Coast energy, there's more energy. The West Coast seems more laid back, but the East Coast seems more energetic, more in your face. This.
I don't know. I'm talking about like when people were more on that, like, oh, this feels good, this feels dope, instead of like, oh, I can't do this or I can't do that because then I'm gonna be labeled as this or fucking looked at as that. Like that. That's like my whole family had that mentality, man. Like they look down on skateboarding. I remember my cousins looking down on like skateboarding and certain things, and I'm like, oh, you guys are whack. But I never told them that, It's like, yeah, I know you're whack, but I'm not gonna. That's that's that shining I got that I can't let you know.
Now this is some fucking dope, handcrafted.
Yeah, that's fucked.
I would rather live in something like this than some fucking sheetrock prison, where it's so bland and the technical world is just, to me.
Yo, you don't got the balls, Chuck. You don't got the balls. You don't got the balls to put on This Old House right now, the TV show. You ever watch that show, dude? It's the fucking best. This Old House.
Oh yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I watched that. Uh-oh. I think I knocked the picture off. Yep, I knew it. You guys just seen that woodwork I showed? Was that picture on there? And then, well, anyway.
Yeah,
What's up, Basement? Oh, let me drop the link. I forgot if anyone wanted to come up. I'm trying to find this building, man. I want to show this brickwork. It's fucking insane. I forgot the number of the building.
I think like back then, the collective, like the group, like more and more people wanted something that was like, you know, that would work in there. Like they wanted something special. Where nowadays it's like motherfuckers are like, oh, I just want a, you know, I just want an Amazon account. I don't care about anything. Like I don't care about the fucking walls. I just want to do my. I just want to do my public defender job, right? Act like I'm this professional lawyer, and go back home and go on Amazon. They don't give a shit about nothing. Ken a dummy, you're gay. Dude's hating on this old house. Yeah, I know they're doing like they're kind of acting, but still cool. A lot of knowledge and yeah, it's PG. Ken a dummy's like, oh, these guys are PG.
That's because Ken the Dummy is a craftsman, but the show still has some knowledge, even though it was. I used to watch that shit on the public broadcasting station on PBS. I think that was like channel 20 here.
You said the full name. I just say PBS. I saw it on the public broadcasting station. Yo, PBS was the shit, man. Still is.
It was like local stuff.
Yeah, but
time,
it was
good.
It was like This Old House. Everybody had that, but then the local shit was dope because they'd have like local fucking artists and whatnot, local authors, local politicians. Well, fuck the politicians, but
Look at this shit. These are bricks. I think, yeah. Yeah, these are all bricks, and I was driving by. I got to get a better picture that really shows the detail. But yeah,
zoom in on
this building. It looks like shit when I zoom in, though.
That's in your city?
Yeah. I know Philly got shit like this, too. So does New York. So does Boston.
Yeah.
I
didn't know Hartford was that. I didn't know it was that big of a city, like building wise, sky rise wise.
It's got a little area that's big, but it's not like New York City where it's blocks on blocks on. Look at the projects in New York. It's like in Queens, there's 90 something buildings. They're like skyscraper projects. That's a lot of people. Fucking New York is just vast with street block after block of just huge buildings. Hartford's like, I just like because the capital's right there too. And the capital, oh man, in my opinion, out of all 50 states, the capital
is the best one out of all of them.
Yo, so that you're saying that's all brick? You've seen that in person, and that's all brick?
Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna go there and take real pictures.
Like, you see that crown molding? You see the molding there? That's all brick. That's not stone.
No, I don't think up at top the moldings and stuff. I could, you know, where it loops around the window like a dome. It looks like a fucking
the fucking arch.
yeah. Those are bricks. But I don't think where the mouse is, where the hand, I don't think that molding, the crown, well, the crown molding's at the top, but still, some of the other moldings. That's why I want to get a better picture to zoom in.
Yeah, it's definitely.
I don't like that they put this fucking.
Yeah, the color's sick too.
Back here.
I wonder what color
See if I
that.
can find a better.
What color you would call that, or what it's identified as? Is it male or female? This color identifies as male.
That's wild. We're in this type of world now.
The letter A and C identify as non-binary. It's basically the world we're in now. They just be making shit up and just going with it. Like, oh, this is my sister. She identifies as this, and you're just like, all right, like, this bitch is nuts. Hey, Chuck, I'm sorry about the smell. My alligator sister uses that to take a shit.
Yeah, I don't want none of this, you know.
But we got to embrace people losing their minds, you know, embrace indoctrination and fucking, you know.
My bad, everyone. I'm putting it back up. Indoctrination.
We got to embrace Girl Scout cookies with glyphosate and all these chemicals and shit, you know, embrace that. That's what babies want. That's what mothers need. You know, mothers need the Girl Scout cookies and kids get autism. It's what America needs. Shit ain't brave anymore. Everybody's a pushover. Oh yeah, Jack Talcott. He's a brave man. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, fuck the XL Center. Hartford needs to bring the Whalers back. Hartford, when Connecticut was booming, when they had Stanley Works and all these other factories. Hardware city of the world to hardly a city. That's my thing. I'm going to make t-shirts and sell them downtown. From hardware city to hardly a city. Piece of shit politicians let these corporations go overseas for cheap labor and no taxes. And I don't blame them. You know, the way these people leech onto your shit. It's like a leech that just leeches onto all your hard work. At the end of the week, they're there to take some of your money. Like, that's like legal extortion. These people need to get punched in the fucking mouth.
Yeah, but then you fucking got to deal with shitty public defenders and shitty lawyers. And then, seriously, you're every fucking where you go, you're a coroner, man. That's why it's like I go sleep under a tree.
Why we gotta do something about it?
Go in the middle of fucking nowhere. Sleep in a field in the middle of fucking nowhere. You think you're not cornered, and then boom, out of nowhere, there's like a fucking helicopter putting a light on you. You know? You try to get away from fucking bullshit, and
the police be like,
it'll. No, once you try to really get away from the bullshit, you'll notice how fucking hilarious it is that people just want to bring you into the bullshit.
That's why I just want people say they don't want to leave, but we're not doing nothing about nothing for the most part. I know we talk about stuff, but
like Kenneth
Dummy
Dummies
is gonna bully till they get knocked the fuck out.
Kenneth Dummies, he's exempling
he's
that.
In a bad mood.
Yeah, but he that's what he's doing right now. It's like I'm out in the fucking just chilling out, and he's just like, "Hey, bigot." I'm like, "Ah, shit, what the fuck, man? I thought nobody was around."
Ken the Dummy's probably in a bad mood, man. You gotta just let it go, Ken the Dummy.
Well, no, you just got to tighten up and stop fucking running your mouth, Ken the Dummy.
Let's see.
Like, dudes get fucking just be hating on shit for no reason.
Okay. Nice video, guy.
People just say shit. It's like, all right, what do you really got to say? Like, can you be succinct? Can you be succinct? Instead of just saying some shit. Oh, fuck you. It's like, yeah, what? Just keep being indirect. Get you nowhere.
Hartford's war monuments. Nobody don't give a fuck about your war monuments. Always celebrating war, death. Like, I'm not the only one that sees that. Like, there's always war monuments everywhere. Like, fuck that shit. Like, they're wars, right? And then a lot of soldiers come back and realize that it took them, I get it, but we've been trying to tell people this. You're not fighting for our freedom, right? Like,
whoa. So, Ken the Dummy, are you Jewish? Is this guy Jewish? Is that the real issue here?
I don't know.
Like this guy's Jewish, and he hates when people talk about Jews, so he just calls them a bigot. Like you're resorting to Zionist tactics, dude. I've studied Jews. I've been around Jews. If I got something to say about them, like,
because they'll sure say something about anyone else.
The fuck, man.
I just look at him as an individual. Like, I don't care if they're Jewish. I look past that and I realize they're just a person. They're gonna act like that regardless of the label.
Yeah, but dude, Jewish people, it's a religious thing. Like that's part of, like being Jewish is religious. If I got a problem with yeah, but if you got a problem with people because they're religious and the shit they do and how they, do business or conduct themselves, if you got a problem with like somebody that's doing something that's fucked up, that's fine. Now, if Ken the Dummy's like he's bothered by that and he wants to play that Zionist card where all they do is just identify who's anti-Semitic. You tell the truth about fucking Zionists or Jews. Oh, he's anti-Semitic. No, I'm just fucking speaking the truth. and you got some cognitive dissonance, or you got some fucking, self-defense, you got some defense mechanism you put up because you don't want to hear the truth, and then I'm just like Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the truth. Maybe that's the case, Kenna Dummy. I don't even know what the fuck you're getting at, man, because you're so goddamn indirect and fucking cowardly, man. You just be saying shit, but what the fuck are you getting at, man? I hate on fucking everybody, man, because there's shit to hate on. Like, that's necessary, that is worthy. Is it okay? Like, I can't hate on fucking, woman beaters or guys that rape fucking women, cops that rape prostitutes. Like, can I hate on that, kind of dummy? What about Jews that fucking support and run pedophilia, rings and whatnot, and companies, and fucking launder money and the fuck, man? Can you hate on that? Like, what are you really bothered by? Like, say something fucking that's got substance. Fucking bitch ass old man. If you want to say something, fucking say it. Like, come up here and talk. Oh, I got a problem with you because, you got a problem with Trump being the biggest supporter of the Jews and the Zionists.
I think all presidents are just Zionists. I think Israel runs America for the most part.
Well, America is Israel. Like, it's like we were saying. It's like I was saying, the Crips. Like, this is all just a gang, dude. It's all the same shit. Trump and Netanyahu
And
are
you know
just
what's
retarded.
wild? The gang is putting RICOs on other gangs, right? That's funny, man. To indict gang members, right? A gang is indicting gang members. So, like, that's a critical system. Malcolm X said that correctly. My neighbors are loud. I can hear everyone's conversations as well.
I think that's it. This dude's Jewish, kind of dummy. Maybe he's a Zionist. Fucking Zionist spy. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, Hartford, Connecticut had a electric car factory that was building electric cars in the 1820s.
The fuck out of here.
Yeah. I'll pull it up in a minute.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Electric was.
That's what Zeus and all these gods, man, are the gods of the light and all that. It's all about energy and light and fucking. That's what they worship, man. The power. I wonder if steam power is better than running a car on like oil and gas. I wonder, someone out there build a car that runs on steam power. I would just love, because steam power is running trains and shit, right? Well, I guess how big the engine is, but still, I want to know if steam power is faster than electric, and then gas and oil and all that good stuff. It's really gas, but
well, they're taking
yeah.
more. They're taking more of these tractor trailers off the fucking streets, and the trains are getting bigger because it's cheaper, and the trains are taking over. All these train companies making.
I
They
was
got
watching the train leave Hartford. The it's like Metro North. I mean, not Metro North. Yeah, Metro North or fucking. That's what's in New York, I think. Metro North. But same thing. It's Amtrak, Metro North, whatever. It comes to New York, goes to Boston and all these other places. Fucking.
I'm old and I would slap the shit out. Dude, I would dodge
There's
that
no one
slap.
driving.
I would dodge that slap and slap. I would knock you out, dude. All right.
What is this?
Now he's saying hate monger. You are losing it. Now he's gaslighting me. Stop whining already. You deluded. Yeah, dude, you're just dude. You're a male Jezebel, can a dummy. You're a male Jezebel, man. You got nothing of substance or real to say. You got no real issue. You just want to fucking say shit. Like, what's the real problem you have? What's the issue? Can you be succinct? I can't even say. Can you be succinct? Like, can you get it out, man? You got nothing. Like, seriously, old guys like you that still play games like this, you guys are fucking losers. These like old white dudes, right? That just fucking, just one drama. They just want to talk shit and say dumb shit. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Like, get your shit together, man.
The hell? Trying to look at this picture.
The fuck are you gonna call me next, Canada? What are you gonna say next? Just throwing words around. It's like whataboutism. Like you're like a political fucking leader. You just you're weird. It's like politics. It's all whataboutism, man. You got nothing real to fucking say, dude. You don't even know what whataboutism is, do you? You're dumbass old white people, right? You get caught up in acting political. You conversate politically. You make disses politically. It's nothing real. It's just fucking bullshit.
It's all steam powered, man. This is wild. Water. Creating electricity. Just like they create sololuminescence in water. I wonder what type of water. Is it salt water? I know salt water is a conductor of energy, memory. When you're watering a plant, is the water giving memory to the plant?
When you say memory, what do you mean?
I don't know. Like waters, they say holds. It holds something. I mean, they're putting energy into it, creating light. Fucking.
Yeah, I gotta look that shit up. I've heard fucking Max talk about that.
Wild.
Heard Max talk about that and other people saying what are his energy and data and whatnot. I just haven't looked into it.
I know the tree itself, right? It would have memory stuff in the seed and all that, but it needs to have water too. Just like we need to drink water. Just like everything here almost. Shit. Even cars need water. Well, no, they don't, but gasoline
males were made up of
water in it.
65% water. Like males are, I think it's 65% water, 70%. That's fucking wild. Think about that shit, man. We're just carrying around water and shit, fluids. Holy cows, man. Chuck, I gotta bounce. I gotta fucking charge this phone.
All right. About to just keep. I want to find with electric cars in a minute. Who's here? Let me see the chat real quick. This Capitol building is the most. Fuck, this thing is awesome. The intricate work, just the design, all the thought that went into this. Fucking amazing. And the people that run it don't even deserve it. Man, this statue right here is definitely Lucifer, the angel. Then you got the dome with Polaris at the center. You got some cymatic. You got your 8-pointed star. That 8-pointed, no. Well, yeah, it is an 8-pointed star. Or an 8-pointed shape. Those reefs remind me of Taurus fields, or she got one arm up, one arm down. is the Capitol in Connecticut. I've never been inside, but I've seen pictures. I want to go inside. I should be able to go inside since my taxes pay for that shit. And look around. This cat said, historic stone restoration, my ass. Them stones are so well built, they be just like charging the state money to restore these nuts. Who are these people that be in the Capitol? I'm going to see what families. A transformed gilding factory. The fuck? This castle is something else, man. The shit had a moat in front of it, pretty much, or a stream, whatever you want to call it. Man. Dusty ass image. I mean, look at this. Man, why'd I have to cut it off like that? This is one of the entranceways to the Capitol. And personally, before, well, the front of the Capitol, this is the back end. But I think this bridge brings you to the front, if I'm not mistaken. And this thing was fortified. It's got windows up there. It almost looks like people used to guard up there. Oh, damn. Why isn't it showing? Oh, that's why. I'm all talking about this and no one could even see it. This is what I was talking about like this thing is like a fortress, this fucking Capitol. Shit, they probably switched out these statues too.
Chuck, you ever do stone veneer?
No. Damn, why can't I download that? It's fucked up.
Fucking hate that shit, man.
Look at this shit, man. I don't know what year this is. I think this might be. I don't know.
Yeah, that's that city in its prime. What city is that?
Now this river ain't here, or whatever you want to call it, because the fucking river would flood it out.
That's Hartford?
Yeah, it's the capital.
Yo, I gotta check Hartford out. I didn't know it was
like
that.
Capital. Yeah. But from what I hear, I think New Haven, Connecticut used to be the capital, and then it became Hartford. Well, I could be wrong, but that's what I've heard. And New Haven had Skull and Bones. It has Yale, and I've lived in New Haven. New Haven's pretty dope, man. The college buildings are definitely, it's got this gothic, real old feeling to it.
Yeah, I've been sleeping on the Northeast. I don't know. You know how it is, dude. I grew up in the East Coast. So that shit gets old, man. Like, it's cool coming back for springtime and fucking fall. Like, certain weeks of the year, it's like, yeah, nothing beats the East Coast. But I'd rather be in the desert. Dude, I got land I can stay on in fucking California, too. Right on the fucking train tracks. Oh, man, dudes are mad. I guarantee being SF. They don't like that shit, man.
Well, this is 1890, I think, this picture. Maybe between 1890 and 1920, but there's electric lines right here.
Yeah.
So that means they already were charging people for electricity. That's crazy.
It's a good shot. Nothing beats film, man.
1900, this picture was taken, so I was close. I was 10 years off. Bushnell Park. So that's the name of this. The park behind the Capitol is Bushnell Park. But it's really not a park. It's the fucking backyard of the Capitol. You just put a little park. But there is a little park to the left. Now, there's like these two little bodies of water because they cut all this off. Here is now a walk path, and that water is gone. But yeah, even you see the bridge where you would go up and under that arch, where you could see the bridge where it's like where the water goes under. That's all filled in with dirt now.
Yo, Kenneth Dummy's a bitch. Like the guy, yo, hold on, Chuck. This guy just gaslights people. You know everything, and I'm just. This is your life. JG got a 2, and it's hard on for an old man. Bro, you're a fucking weirdo. Just stop while you're losing bad, dude. Like, are you mad I got you blocked? Kenneth Dummy, if I block you, it's because I don't fuck with you. So just get over it, man. Learn how to cope. Like, you constantly run your mouth and say dumb shit. As bad as Jack Talcott, man. That's fucking low. Fucking male Jezebel.
That castle just looks like it snatches energy out of the ether.
Yo, I got one for you, Chuck. Right outside of Philadelphia, there was this huge fucking mansion. I gotta show you those pictures. It's fucking insane.
Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh shit. What the fuck? Trying to find some dope.
Yo, look up White Marsh Hall, Winmore, PA.
Winmore, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, White Marsh Hall, Winmore, WINDMOR.
White. What was that again? White what?
White Marsh, MARSH Hall.
Oh, okay. White Marsh. Let me take that word. Capital out of there.
There's a couple abandoned mansions around Philly. I'm not even sure if they're still there, man. This one's gone. This one's been gone, but I never even knew about this until I.
Wow.
You know how?
Look at that backyard.
Yeah.
Holy shit. What Jewish guy on this thing?
Can't say that, man. Kenna Dumio fucking.
It could have been
Okay.
German.
I'll cast a spell on you.
Look at White Marsh Hall. It's amazing.
Stotesbury.
9 options down. More like the year I was reborn. That would be wild if we've been coming back.
So this guy's family was Quaker and Episcopalian. He was an investment banker.
Damn it. I did it again, man. Put that shit back. What I'm saying is, man, I want to invest.
– 147 rooms, 300 acres. They said at one point it was the largest and most exquisite building in the country. So that dude was he was on some Elon Musk status shit.
These pictures that they just figured this out right here.
Yeah, so Winmore is right outside of Philly. It's like right outside of Northwest Philadelphia, but that's like that's a cool place to live, cool area to live. My buddy Keith lives out there.
The fuck? Fuck this shit.
Why the fuck would I get Charles's fucking channel taken down, dude? See, you just have an angle, man. You got some like manipulative angle. Fucking old boomer stuck in his ways. I'm sure you got. Yeah, I'm gonna just start beating the shit out of people. Just like get back to. No, seriously, just get back to like those ways, Chuck. You know? Like I'll hit somebody once in a while. I smack the shit out of some clown in Hawaii, but like it's like one thing. Like people think you're you like lost it. Like oh, the dude ain't got it in him anymore. Blah blah blah. Where it's like, nah, it's more wisdom and fucking discipline. But some of these old dudes, man, it's crazy.
Oh, this is trash. Look, I figured out how to move it to a new page to really look at it, and this is what they give me. You can't even zoom in. That's terrible, yo. Jerk offs.
I wonder if that like cabin, like that resort where they filmed The Shining. I wonder if that shit's still there. I'll put that on my bucket list.
What the fuck?
Put that on my bucket list, man. Side mission. Hop a train and fucking travel there. Oh, Chuck made a Jewish joke earlier, kind of dummy. I don't think you should be here, man. You might get offended. It's because the Jews are rich. That's why I said it. It's just a joke.
little picture of White Marsh right now. I mean, well, before they knocked it down, that shit looked off. You can see the little picture. Wow, look at that picture of White. Did it burn down or what? Here's a picture right here where it shows the White Marsh, and then below it, it looks like there's nothing left but the pillars.
It's crazy. They demolished that shit. Like, why the fuck would you not preserve that shit? You see any up in Hartford? Do you see any like old like forts, like underground forts, like military war forts?
There was one right up in, it's called Nike Base. We used to hike up there. It's right, I think it's on the border of Plainville and New Britain. And yeah, it was called Nike Base. And it was like a quarry also. So I don't know. I think they used to have a shooting range in the quarry, but my question is, what did they quarry out of there?
Limestone.
Now they build shit up there, which is weird, but there used to be you could look it up, Pygmy Village or the Nike Base. Now they built a whole bunch of shit up there, but before it was.
Yo, I hopped the train to Vegas, right? I get off the train, hop over a fence. Bro, there's like a 300-foot quarry, like 2 feet from the fence. I kid you not, man. Like 3-4 feet, 2 feet in certain area, or yeah, 3-4 feet, not 2 feet. 2 feet, small as shit. But like right when you get over the fence, in certain areas, like 3 foot, 4 foot, boom, it drops like 300 feet. There's a quarry. It's fucking wild.
Man, these little pictures of how they just let that fucking mansion go is wild to me. It's all gutted out looking. Just.
There might have been a fire. I don't know if there was a fire, if that was just.
That's what it looks like. It looks like it was burned. Now they got a White Marsh Hall, and all that's left is the pillars. Typical fucking Western culture. Or actually worldwide. They have stupid monuments. Yeah, maybe it did burn down. There's a lot of woodwork in these old houses like this. They would go up like a fucking torch if you got the fire burning.
I saw a bridge catch on fire in fucking Phoenix years ago. I'm like camped out by this fucking river. I wake up just seeing these huge fucking flames. The fucking bridge caught on fire. It's like 4:30 a.m. Like people are showing up out of nowhere, just biking up, walking up.
Took 20 years to build. Get the fuck out of here. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it does look like a lot of time was spent on creating a lot of these old school, like these capitals. And I know in Hartford Capitol is all like marble and fucking granite. I mean, the shit is just amazing. So a lot of work and the best of the best went into these fucking masterpieces.
Yeah, City Hall is fucking dope, man. They got underground tunnels and shit too.
I think all the capitals might be connected on ley lines or something. Because even the Hartford Capitol is right next to a fucking train line. Actually, the train coming from New Haven goes right by the Capitol when you're pulling in, right next to it.
They got a subway in Hartford underground.
No. It's all above. It's one train that pulls in. Fort Delaware. I wonder if that's on the Star Fort. And that's another thing that lady was talking about. Star forts or cymatics. And she was saying it had to do with the water or something, these star forts.
Well, no, it's
would
like
keep a certain frequency.
The Star Forts were, there's like a tactical advantage to Star Fort. Damn, I forgot that. I looked that shit up. I remember, I think you were talking about that. It's funny how, like, knowledge works. Like, you can attain knowledge and then boom, 3 months later you forget about it. But other things you never forget.
That is wild. I would love to look some of this stuff up in gematria. Just curious of the numbers. Some of his other designs, allegedly. The First National Bank he designed, of course.
It says Star Forts were made for defense.
Yeah, I know. I checked some of that out with the cannon holes and all that, but they're still shaped like cymatics, which is odd to me. And some of the type of stone they use. Stone creates energy too. It also holds electricity, which is just
Is an
energy.
offense. That's what these dudes don't understand. It's like, man, try to offend me and see what happens. Like, dudes won't fucking throw hands, they'll just talk shit.
They don't want to throw hands, they want to throw words. No.
I don't know. You just hear people like sneak this and people think they're badass, sneak this in person, in public. Then you smack the shit out of them when they fold. Yo, Chuck, I came up on a BNSF jacket, brand new from Goodwill, $8. Shit fits banging, dude.
BNSF?
Yeah, dude, I got this and I was like, oh man, this shit's dope, but guarantee you dudes are hating on me. I hope they are. Like, I hope I'm pissing off like the shitty people that are involved with BNSF. But I've seen some cool, like, I got caught hopping a train, and those engineers, they were cool as shit. They're like, oh hey, hop on the lumber car, and you know. But when I was in Billings once,
Most of them just want to do their job. They don't care if you fall off. That's
well, yo,
on you.
I've read up on hopping trains, and I've like there's a website called Train Orders, and I've seen like engineers talking about how like they would be hyped that people were riding trains, and they would like encourage it. Like back in the day, dudes were just cool. They weren't snitching or ratting or being punks. They're just like, hey, ride here, like you're good, man. Get in the unit. We're you know, the crew change is in Milford. Like they would give people heads. Like it was, I don't know, man. More humane, I guess. Now it's just like it's a dog eat dog world. I got caught hopping a well, I popped a train in Billings, Montana. We're going out of Billings, and those dudes, I think they see me trying to hop a train, or yeah, they stopped the train. I think the dude seen me, like he got out and was walking around, and they started backing up, and then they went forward, and then they backed up, like for a couple miles, and that's how they'll like try to shake you off. Like if they got time, they'll just kind of toy with you for a bit, you know, try to psych you out. I know you're a fan of Stowe, but you should look up jumping off a cliff. Look that dude up. He's like in his 70s, still hopping freight trains, putting
I'm
out
about
like,
to look them up.
yeah,
You said
dude,
jumping off a cliff?
yeah, jumping off a cliff, train hopping. That's like Ken a Dummy if Ken a Dummy was cool, you know?
Skydiving.
He's got a video of this dude, George, right? Jumping off a cliff, George. He's got a video where he gets caught hopping a train. The police take him out of a boxcar. They take his information down. They let him go. And then the dude just, like, once the cops leaves, he gets right back in the boxcar. The train takes off. Like, he's in his 70s, but he's just, like, he's hardcore, man. Just gets right back in the boxcar, like, fuck it. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And boom, takes off.
He's got a video. It says Vancouver to Lytton, highest temperature ever recorded in Canada, day after 121-degree record. That's fucking insane. And number 2, it shows this town that was completely incinerated. But yeah, I'm gonna check his shit out.
Yeah, he's got good videos, like good content. He's social. And then Yard Buzzards, they've been putting out dope shit for a while. People hate on those guys, but I fuck with them because they're hardcore train riders and they're not meth heads or junkies. Like that's their lifestyle, Just hopping trains, they drink and shit, but they're solid people.
I've never seen a meth head, I don't think. They must be an interesting species to observe.
I had sex with a chick on meth. She was fucking nuts, man. Like straight up insane, but it was just like I had to fuck her, Like good looking, beautiful, just fucking had a problem, But she was pretty normal at times. Yeah, but the Yard Buzzers, they're like, they've been hopping trains for like 20 years. Like nobody's riding the rails like those people have been doing.
Damn, fucking muted. I said Maggot said he found a Kevlar flannelette motorcycle jacket in Goodwill. You could get some gems in Goodwill, from what I hear. I think I went in Goodwill like 3 times my whole life.
I went in there to get socks, and I was like, fuck it, let me check out the jackets. I seen the BNSF jacket, extra large. I was like, damn, man, what the fuck?
There used to be a Goodwill. That shit's gone now, but
dude, the Salvation Army, I used to get polos in there. They would have Ralph Lauren polos in there for like $2, brand new.
Salvation Army, yeah, they were dope. Yeah. We had one of them. Yeah, the rich people will donate to them places, and there'd be polo back in the day. I haven't seen the Salvation Army in a long time.
I'm gonna grab a bucket hat for the summer, man.
That's my point. It was 120 degrees that day and the whole town burned. I'm like, what?
It gets wild up there, man. I was hopping a train in Montana and there was a big forest fire and you're Well, it was just starting the fire, so I caught the beginning of it. But you see the smoke like fucking 30 miles away.
What's the longest you ever been on a train?
That trip I did recently, I think it was like 1,400 miles. I was on that
7
train for
hours.
I was on that train for like 34 hours or some shit.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yo. That kind of makes sense though, cross country.
That was fucking dope because I was in Yuma. The train pulled up, but it was like real close to the bridge. I got on that shit. 32 hours to fucking Texas, man. Like Eastern Texas.
I wonder how much them train people, well, they do switch crews and shit, but
Yeah,
imagine doing one straight ride. I wonder how much it would pay someone. But now they got all electric. I don't even think people really be on them anymore.
What, train hoppers?
Well, is there a conductor? Because I know on the Metro North, sometimes I don't see no one conducting the train. It's like no one's even on the fucking thing. It's just running fucking AI or some shit.
Well, the freight trains, there's got to be 2 people at all times in the locomotive.
Damn, that video Stove did. He was in the fucking. You seen that video when he was in the fucking cab, yo? The fucking train?
Yeah, a lot of people do that shit. To me that's like cheating. That's like that's like taking an Amtrak ride or, you know.
That's like fucking yourself over too, because I think they would hit you even harder if you were caught up in there.
Yeah,
For
true.
sure.
Yeah, true.
They could
I don't
put
know,
any
man.
charge on you. They could say you were stealing it, you were trying to hijack it. They could really fuck you over heavy on that. But riding on in the car, they ain't gonna do much. They'll probably, you know.
Yeah, the ballsiest ride I ever did was probably the fucking military train.
When I've seen this video, I'm like, damn, this guy's crazy, man. He's recording himself in the flight, like giving evidence, like I was here. I was like, this dude's wild. I wouldn't have shown my face.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stove, he got real comfortable hopping trains.
He probably knew that, man. It was the winter, because it was winter time when he was doing it. It was cold out. And I was thinking, man, he has to know him. He has to. There's no way unless he's that crazy and drunk.
Nah, he just got too comfortable. Like he'd be in there drinking, getting drunk, and fucking guarantee he hit switches by accident.
Yeah, that's wild. That's fucking crazy, man. You could sleep recording, listening to shit, uploading into your brain. That's wild. And I've always thought, like, what holds all these memories? They say the brain does, right? But so you mean to tell me flesh and meat is holding all these thoughts and memories and pictures that go through my head? Nah, I ain't buying that shit.
Look it up, man.
I'm gonna look it up. No, that's what they say. They say it's the brain that holds the memory and all that. They say it's electric sparks that, you know, but they don't say it's the energy that's holding the memory. But I don't believe flesh or anything is gonna hold pictures. I could walk down the street in my mind. You think the brain just holds that, or?
I mean, people are chasing. Like, look, yo, Chuck, look what people are chasing. Right? They're chasing like, you know, Hellcats and fucking wealth and shit, and you know, sexy Jezebels. But like, think about how fucking dope that is, just to be able to have a memory. You know, just kind of humble yourself and like just to be able to fucking be conscious and shit like that. Like that's of way more value than you know, some fucking material item. Like just being able to enjoy a breeze, or you know, like fucking simple shit, man.
I used to chase material things, and then I realized every time I'd get what I wanted, a day or two later, it was old to me, and it was on to the next. And I realized this shit's like a drug, a partial high. I realized material things also are just material. Do they really fucking matter for a few moments of happiness?
Well, that's why you find yourself looking at fucking buildings. It's because of the experience and you know, like your enjoyment. You know, you're like, oh damn, this building's dope. Meanwhile, somebody's driving by in a fucking Lamborghini that's fucking on a different mentality, you know.
What's up, Naga?
Like, I'd say that's like a disruptive mentality. Is chasing material shit. Like you're
Salute, bro. What's going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, for sure. Salute, bro. Just wanted to come and show some love. I see you was live. I'm like, yeah, man, let me just stop by and show some love.
I wonder who put this model together. I got some issues with this model in the background every time I look at it.
You talking about my shit?
No, this right here in my background, the model that someone put together. How Saturn is literally way the fuck in some other land that's supposed to be a sun. When Saturn never looks like it's way over in some other land. It's fucking over our heads. But anyway, imagination's a motherfucker. Some people say Saturn and Jupiter are suns in other lands. I just can't. As many times as I looked at the stars, they're not on that type of an angle, way the fuck out of my view, you know? But anyway.
In a way, to me, it kind of makes sense, you know? Because, you know, I rock with the pyramid thing, right? With the step pyramid, right? So it kind of showed me like every pyramid, you know, shout out to True Zone, right? It kind of showed me every pyramid, every step of the pyramid have their own sun and moon system, which, you know, kind of what I go by, you know, like how every, you know, basically every step of a pyramid is like their own ecosystem, right? It's like their own little like you know, kind of earth. You know what I'm saying? So we have earth, you know, inside of a earth, inside of a earth, you know what I'm saying? That like, you know, that create that step pyramid. And it will make sense that Saturn, you know, will be the base because, you know, a lot of, you know, shit that they build on the pyramid, you know what I'm saying, is man made. You know what I'm saying? So man with his technology, they kind of come on, you know, and build, you know, the solar system, you know, And I think I won't say there's no truth to it. I don't think that I don't know if there is research about it that that prove that man created the sun. But one thing I do know, China created their own sun. You feel me? So I just think
Yeah,
that
that makes me question our sun. What the fuck is our sun? You know,
word
if these cats are just building suns and shit, like, you know,
word.
I'd say that's an unanswerable question. That's why I love some mystery,
but this guy watched his video. I played it the other day. I don't know if I still got it up here. It's like 5 minutes of this guy saying some. The only thing there's a few things that interested me. He talked about, but some of the other stuff like mermaids and stuff like mermaid land and all that. I don't know. I've never seen a mermaid land, but hey, let me see. Hold on.
See, I got crucified for that. I got crucified for telling my 8, 9-year-old mermaid story. Everywhere, certain type of people see me, they kind of, putting me up on the cross for that. But it's okay. I'll be, I'll be the sacred file. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the one, being put up on the cross because a lot of people, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have some strange stories, they can't talk about, because they scared to be crucified. But I like to say that, people that get picked on is because they're always right or they're always ripe. You only pick the ripe fruits from the trees. You don't pick any fruits from the trees if it's not ripe. You feel me? So I think that people that's always right about certain shit. They like to people like to pick on them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what's good? What's good, my nigga Naga? See, you came over here with me. What's good, Charles, bro?
Word,
What's good, nigga?
What up? What's
word.
up, Tristan?
I had a long, grueling panel today, man. God damn. It's gonna take me a whole week to recover from these niggas, man.
Hey, I started with you, and I end up, we end this shit with you. I was kind of like one of the first one that came, and I end up, being one of the last one that leave your
My
panel.
nigga, bro. I rock with you, man. It's crazy that all these niggas say they don't get along, but I got them all on the same panel. Bobby Knight, the nigga, Mental Ninja, and all these niggas, man.
Word.
Yo, Chuck, I think I finally got unlimited hotspot. This hotspot's been good for fucking days.
Charles Woods. I was gonna tell you something, Charles Woods, but I forgot. That's why I came up here to tell you something. J. Cole slipped my fucking mind, man. God damn.
What you think about the image that he had, man? The 3D image that he had in the background?
Cool.
I was asking to Zone what he think about that image you had in the background, that 3D image.
Who the Mr. Charles had?
Yeah.
I really didn't catch a good look at it. Yes, yeah, matter of fact, I seen it before. He had that up before last time I came over.
Well, the video that I played, I think True Zone was here when you seen some of it. Look at this dude right here, this crazy dude, yo. He put
Steam.
Yeah, but I gotta spend some blocks, man. Y'all niggas be easy, man. I'm out, man. I gotta spend some blocks, man. Be easy, y'all. Shout out Naga, man. Shout out Charles. I'm out, man.
All right,
One love, bro. You already. Salute.
That's right. No shout out.
that dude in the
I did say
video.
what's up to you when I came though, didn't I?
Let me see
JG.
this one, bro.
I think I did say what's up to you, bro, right? But if I didn't, you know what I'm saying? You already know, bro. Salute, bro. If I didn't.
Say it again.
Now I said I thought I did say what's up to you when I came on here, bro. But if I didn't, you feel me? Respect must, you know what I'm saying? Respect.
Yeah. What's up, Nag?
This guy put a filter on the sun, and this is a plane spraying in front of it. I don't know. I forgot what it said. Yeah, I could unmute if you want to say something. This shit downloaded my whole fucking screen. That's wild. Watch, they about to take this map, and that's I've been said that. And all they did is wrap it on the ball to spin it. That's it. You know, it'd be crazy if they built walls around this whole realm by now. They made this shit a giant prison.
We'll see if all that water is level, man.
Yeah, we ain't on no ball spinning, man.
Yeah, well,
There's
I hate the globe. I hate how they structure that shit, right? Like, they structure it like fucking, to this day, it's still just, like, outdated. Like, it doesn't make sense.
It says on the globe, there's stickers that say for what it is. I gotta find the thing. He showed the globes. They had stickers on them in a store in Walmart. It said for entertainment purposes only on the globe.
Facts.
And my grandfather was in the Navy. See, these are questions I would ask my grand. I mean, he was sailing the seas to Korea, to Philippines, like everywhere. And my grand would say the waters were flat. And I would think he was nuts because they were teaching us in school. But he was right this whole time. I thought my grandpa was losing his mind.
Have you seen a map of Earth without water?
Yeah, it's land. It's all connected. It just looks like land that's dug out. The water just takes shape of the container. Water has to be contained or it's going to keep looking to level out.
Facts.
You know? So
Even when the water is contained, it still take the shape of the container. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point of the water taking, the shape of its container is because it's being contained. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
And that's why they use it in carpentry in a level.
Word. Yep.
Yeah, if water's level, it's a way different map than the globe.
It's called a horizon because no matter how high you're rising, it's horizontal.
All right. The Arizona always also go with the Orion. It's all Orion zone, right? Horizontal. Because the H is silent. But that's just me playing on the words.
Yeah, in some languages, the H is silent, like in Allah. And the H is like two seesaws slapped on its side and put together.
Yo, Ken a dummy, I'm telling you, man. You play too much. Like you troll, you think it's funny, you think you're funny, but you really do just look weird as shit. When I say fuck Ken a dummy, I mean fuck you, pussy. You old fucking bitch. That's what I mean. Bro, this dude's such a hater, man. Tenant dummy, bro. Kill yourself. Just take yourself out of your own suffering. Fucking male Jezebel. That's gotta suck.
These maps are wild, man. These people took a lot of shrooms and drew maps.
Who the fuck's talking in the background?
You could hear that? That's
Yeah.
wild. That's my neighbor. So I said earlier, I could hear all my neighbors. He's screaming in the phone. I think he's on the phone.
What's the craziest neighbor interaction or encounter or shit you witnessed?
I don't fuck with nobody really. I just mind
Nah,
my
I'm just
business.
saying, what's like the craziest shit you've heard or
Oh,
seen?
I've seen? All types of shit. People be fighting and arguing. The cops are always coming here. They be coming here late at night. It's mostly the people in the other building across the way. They're always calling the police. It's wild, yo. They be coming mad deep too. They're always going to that other building for the most part. They'll come to this building once in a great while, but it's the people next door. That's why I definitely don't fuck with none of them. If they're a cop caller, I ain't fucking with them. Not at all. Because those are the type of people that'll jam you up just because they're mad. You know what I mean? I don't fuck with people like that. Mind my business. I'm calling the cops. Oh shit, I'm out of here.
I ain't gonna lie. I would probably do some shit like that. You
What?
know, I'll probably call the cops, on somebody. It depend on what kind of threat, they are presenting towards me, because I don't wanna, deal with that. I'm not the type, I think I leave the street behind, right? I don't wanna, get, into certain type of, conflict, physical conflict with certain people. So, I just
That's
leave,
different. I'm talking about they call the police because they're mad or they get into like arguments and fights, like they're yelling at each other and they're like, I'm calling the police, like shit like that. Like,
Nah, I'm talking about. I don't know. I would fuck with somebody like that. Neither. I was only talking about if I can't walk away from
your life's
from
in
certain
danger.
threat.
Yeah.
If I can't walk away from certain threat, I already made it up on myself to not cross certain line. Like, to not, when it comes to physical, confrontation. You know what I'm saying? So if I can't walk away from a situation, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna get the cops to get me out of the situation. But just somebody don't like me or just talking, you know what I'm saying? If I could walk away, that's gonna be the first thing I do. I'm walking away. I'm turning the other
No, if
cheek.
someone breaks in your house or something, the police are gonna come anyway. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna hear loud gunshots next door, and then
Right.
you would know the cops are gonna show up anyway. So whatever. But I wouldn't be the one calling them.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I will only call them, like I said, if I can walk away from certain things. Because like I said, when it comes to my days of me saying that, man, I'm gonna handle that. You know what I'm saying? Like in the street way, I'm gonna handle my own thing. Like I've passed these days, and I know that shit ain't gonna take me nowhere. But end up being dead or in jail. You know what I'm saying? So for me to avoid doing that to somebody and end up being in jail or get, that end up being done to me, end up being 6 feet deep. You know what I'm saying? So I just let the cops deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Certain situation, if I can walk away, but if I could walk away, that would be my first option. Whether it's on online, people talking crazy to me online or trying, that trying to get me out of character, the first thing I would try to do is to walk away from that. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. Walking away is turning the other cheek. You feel me? I don't know about,
We had
letting. Go ahead, bro.
we had a guy in Philly that would walk through all the cops on us. Dude, we called the snitch, and like he would do it all the time. And one day I just pushed him down 15 steps. Great times.
You're bored out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you now. But I think you was bugging out earlier.
There's a guy in downtown Philly, right? He would come through, call the cops on us, and he would walk away. We called him the snitch, right? He would show up all the time. And the one day he was at the top of the stairs on his phone calling the cops, and I kicked him down 15 stairs. You guys get that? Is it breaking up?
You said the cops beat him up?
No, he would call the cops, and the one day he's standing right above the stairs of the municipal services building, 16th stair, right? 16th stair. I went up and just kicked him down the fucking stairs, just to let him know, like, you're fucking up, man. And every time I would see that dude
I've done
after
that
that shit, every time I would see that dude after that, he was scared of me. He was shook.
Yeah, I've been a part of, of people that, that did that before, where, we got the cops, being called on us, and we handle that because, if it's if it's a civilian, it's a difference between a civilian. A civilian always going to be a civilian, right? They ain't go by the rules. You know what I'm saying? They ain't go by the street rules. You know what I'm saying? So it's many times a civilian call the cops on me. I just walk away. You know what I'm saying? I just deal with, with what the cops have to do. But when it's from a street, somebody that go by the street rules that call the cops on me, like is a certain way we handle that. You know what I'm saying? Because you breaking the rules, you breaking the code. You ain't supposed to be, talking. You know what I'm saying, to these, to these boys. You know what I'm saying? And but you're doing that. You know what I'm saying? So is a way to handle that. So I could say, yeah, there was a time that I was a part of, of people that would be doing that, but only, like I said, to people that go by the street rules. You feel me? So because we go by certain rules.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just saying, like, this dude would threaten us, then he would call the cops, and you could say he's a civilian, but fuck that dude, man. I was like, fuck it. I kicked him down the stairs. I mean, that's what half this country needs is good ass whooping.
Hey, Kenneth Dummy, you say not got no talking real world. I wonder if you ever leave your house, or the little, area where you be playing your little music, or dealing with your plans. I wonder if you ever leave that area to be in the public. Oh, I wonder what is your definition of the real world? Is it that the your own little world that you'll be in? Because a lot of people be like, man, I be in my own world. Is your own world is the real world for you? If that's the real world for you, you know what I'm saying? I've never been, what I'm saying, there. You know what I'm saying? I've been in my own. You know what I'm saying? I never been to your real world. So, but when it comes to the outside, right, to the public, right, to what we call, the earth, what society agree that the world is, you know what I'm saying? I think you know, we all live there. We all talk about shit that's happening there, right?
Get the dummies.
Or I mean, he speak your name speak volumes, bro. I always wonder why you call yourself Ken a dummy, and and your name says a lot of shit. Says a lot about you, man. Is this is the reason why you be talking the way you talk, bro? Like you must be a dummy for real. I don't know. I don't know you though.
He resorts to manipulation, man. He resorts to just running his mouth.
Yeah, for all I know, he could be for all I know, he could be one of these FBI agent or CIA agent, that they that work undercover. They give them their own little house, their own little shit, far away from from the from society, and have them monetize, watching certain things. For all I know, he could be one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like he don't really talk like that. You know what I'm saying? But he always, watching people live, and have certain slick shit to say about people, trying to get people out of their character. For all I know, he could be one of these weird ass dudes. Like I said, I don't really know him for real. But if you are one of these weird ass dudes, it just show, that it just show, the weight, that we hold, right? Us being in these lives, right?
You're not human. It's obvious. Like, it's a gas right there, man. That's the thing. Like, people, they're so stuck in their manipulation issues. That's all they have, man. And then it gets to a point where it's like, bro, you're making yourself look dumb. Like, but what do you say next? What's next, man? Oh, dig the hole.
That's why when people are negative, I just don't pay no mind to it.
Well, it's like kind of, all right, this dude like Joan. It's like we're watching like a fucking Planet Earth video, right? Kenneth knows like the wild mongoose. We're very wild, such a fucking piece of shit animal. I mean, mongoose cool, but you know what I'm saying.
Nah, shout out to you, JG. It's big, man. It's a lot of shit, bro. You spit, man. Listen, first of all, I don't think that everybody really agree with everything that everybody's saying. You know what I'm saying? I think also that's what makes us unique. You know, but the similarity is real. The things that we rock, we rock with each other. We rock with each other. Is a lot of real shit that you've been saying. I'm like, yeah, man, that's some real shit. You know what I'm saying? And I can't really count, certain shit that you say I don't really agree with. You know what I'm saying? If I don't really agree with it, I don't think that, I kind of hold that shit. You know what I'm saying? Saying that, oh yeah, he been saying talking about this. I don't agree. If I don't agree with certain things, most of the time it will go out one ear, in one ear and go out the other ear. You know what I'm saying? Unless you was personally attacking me, and you know what I'm saying, that never happened. Me and you, we never had no personal disagreement. And I think one time, it was about information. And that right there, like I said, it went out one ear, and from one ear, that shit went in one ear and go the other ear. So, like I said, I can't really remember things that we disagreed on, but I know it's a lot of shit that I agree. When it comes to the education, when it comes to people doing research, when it comes to the government, when it comes to people being dumb and stupid in general. You feel me? So, there's a lot of shit that I agree with you. And there's a lot of shit that I agree with a lot of people too. You feel me? I don't want people to think that I have I'm just working around having certain shit about them. Like, man, you people, you do what you do. You feel me? You be who you are. Cause what you eat don't make me shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always gonna be me. Regardless of what people think of me. You know what I'm saying? You say talking about, oh, now I gotta know what he's talking about. Oh, now guy is pseudo. Now guy is this. Now guy is that. That ain't gonna change me. I'm still gonna be me because I've been getting that shit my whole life, for real. You feel me? But yeah, man, like I said, I rock with, I rock with everybody. That's why, when I command, I'm like, man, salute, much love and respect, salute to everybody, man. You feel me? For real, because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? If I rock with you, I rock with you. It's not the thing that I don't agree with that's gonna make me say like, man, I don't. This nigga is that, or this person is that, or she, or that girl is this. You know what I'm saying? Or this bitch is that. Nah, man. What you said, like I said, if I don't agree with it, you feel me? Most of the time, you go in one ear and you go the other ear. You know what I'm saying? And if I do talk about it, you know what I'm saying? It must be something important that I don't agree with. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna deal with it right then and then. A lot of time people I'd be surprised when me and some certain people had a disagreement in the past and we end up meeting up again on a certain lives and they feel the same way because me once I deal with some shit I left it right there. Like, I ain't going to go and keep talking about what I'm saying the past, none of that shit because I'm too busy trying to be in the present, man. Even when
Sometimes you can learn though from disagreements or seeing
facts,
things differently.
facts.
That's what makes it good. Disagreements. If people agreed on everything all the time, we would see things the same way.
Facts. Then there will be no unique, ain't nothing unique about us. You feel me? That's why I'm like, man, you know, the thing that we don't agree on is what makes us unique. I say this all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes us unique, man. And a lot of time people, like to reject, the things. If they don't agree with certain things, they're like, man, this shit, I don't rock with this shit. I don't fuck with this shit. They're rejecting it. Just like, they'll probably in denial with their own self. Like there's probably certain shit that come up in their mind and they be like, yeah, man, nah, that's some bullshit. Then I don't know why I'm thinking about this shit. Like, what you mean? You thinking about this shit, you know what I'm saying? Cause ain't nobody else thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? That's why you thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time, people agree on. We don't really think about this shit like that. This shit just automatic, for real. Cause soon as you say some shit, I'm like, oh yeah, bro, I already have my own way of looking at it, so I don't be thinking about it. If it's real, nigga, it's real. It's gonna speak for itself. Yeah, Gigi's back.
Yeah, my internet went out on my iPhone. Yeah, Naga, I just I don't know, man. I just I used to be like pretty superstitious and I'd have theories and shit. I just can't. I try not to. I'm when people push like theories and ideas and concept off as reality. That's what like kind of like fucks me up. I'm just saying like that when I hear shit like that or when somebody's like kind of off on something.
Now I do agree. I do agree. I'll agree with you on that. That's why I say there's a lot of things I agree with you about, and that's one of them things too. I think you know I think a lot of time uh you know, speaking your belief with conviction, you know, can seems like you pushing it, like is reality because a lot of time not a lot of time, most of the time, everything I'm saying, whether it's facts, whether it's truth, whether it's my belief, I'm speaking it with conviction, like meaning like thorough. I'm really standing on that. You know what I'm saying? That's me standing on my square. That's me standing on my ground. And I think a lot of time, it can be misinterpreted as, man, you talking about this shit like is this shit is reality, as this shit is facts, or as this shit is truth. But it's not really that, it's that I stand firm, you know what I'm saying, with what I believe in. It's kind of like how I was talking about earlier. I think Charles said something about mermaid, and I was giving my story, you know what I'm saying, my 8, 9 year old story about mermaids, and I speak that shit with conviction to the point that like I said, I guess it's stuck in people's mind. Like every time they see me, like they can't think of nothing else but this nigga think mermaid is real. This nigga think mermaid is real. You know what I'm saying? But that was my story. I never was talking about it like as if that's reality that we like mermaids is a part of society, or mermaid is real, mermaid is truth is that. No, that's just my personal thing. Like that's my personal experience, and a lot of time my personal experience, is not doesn't basically speak for the reality or for the majority, because everybody don't have the same experience. You know what I'm saying? But I do, like I said, I do agree with you. True, like I don't think that theories should be perceived as reality. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it should be perceived as reality. I think reality should be what it is, reality, and theories should be theories.
I think there's definitely other lands, but as far as, and I mean, who knows what they do in laboratories? Because there be crazy shit washing up on the shore from this island. It's off the coast of. It's like right next to Connecticut and New York. I forgot the name of the island, but stuff always washes up from it. It's some scientific research laboratory.
Yeah, I mean I have my own theory on that too. This is why I have my avatar, my pictures the way I have them. Like I to keep talking about the way I talk. You know what I'm saying? That I think. You know what I'm saying? I think is my thought. I'm not saying that the truth is that the earth is this. The truth is that is that the earth is that. But I'm saying what my thing is. What my imagination perceive it to be. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. That's how I see things. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody, you know, I think reality is boxing, to this or that. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta pick this or you gotta pick that. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's so much in between that, you know what I'm saying, that got swept under the rug. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's what reality agreed to be on. You know what I'm saying? That's what the masses. That's what society agree on for reality to be. You know what I'm saying? It's for a lot of shit to be happening in the background, a lot of shit to be swept under the rug. You feel me? That's what, like I said, society have agreed upon. That's reality. You feel me? But like I said, but when it comes to my personal experience, when it comes to my personal thought, like how I see things, my own imagination, you feel me? I have my own, way, you know what I'm saying? I guess I have my own way of perceiving reality outside of the collective way, right? Like I could be a part of collective and still maintain my individual, right? I don't have to give up my individual for me to be a part of the collective. You get what I'm saying? But I do agree. I do think that, like I said, the earth different just like the atmosphere have different layers, right? I think the earth have different layers or different steps, that kind of create as above so below. You feel me? So just like the earth, I mean the atmosphere have different layers to it. It's the same way the earth have different layers to it. one inside of the other or one on top of each other. You know what I'm saying? So that's just me. That's just my, how I see things. But reality doesn't, as a collective, the collective way of perceiving reality doesn't, prove that or doesn't speak about it to be that way. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I don't have to lose my individuality, my authentic self, in order for me to be a part of the collective. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't have, to lose, me being a part of the collective in order to maintain my individual. I think I could have both. And this is why every time, people keep thinking about it's either this or that. I'm like, man, it's both, man. You know what I'm saying? It's both. It's not about, oh, the black man is God, or it's not about, the black woman is God. You know what I'm saying? But both of them is the Elohim, right? So because the word God, is a translated word for Elohim, right? And the Elohim is a plural word, but God is a singular word, even though they break it down to be in three aspects: God the Father, God the Holy Spirit, and God the Son. They break it down to be a Trinity, but yet
God's
they,
the source, the energy. If God ceased to exist, everything would cease to exist. It means you flick that switch or the light goes off, the energy. However, this energy is generated or created. I think that's God, man. That's what. When you die, there's no. How do they bring you back to life? By shocking you, putting that electric in you. It's like jump starting a battery. I was trying to, like, when you close your eyes, I could walk down the street. I could picture all types of memories. Look at these cell phones. They got to create these cell phones, but that shit's already within us, man. We have our own memory banks. We create our own pictures like a fucking television. When we close our eyes, I can picture anything.
yeah, because that's heaven. That's heaven right there. Just like when you go into your dream state, you basically go in heaven. You know what I'm saying? And this is why people say sleep is the cousin of death. You know what I'm saying? So when you die, you go inside of somebody. That's why you are being born, from somebody. You feel me? A lot of time we say, man, the ancestors living through me, right? Yeah, that's why the ancestors going to be born through you, just like you was born through one of the ancestors. You feel me? So this is the cycle that keep on going on. You know what I'm saying? But I think God, I don't think God is some type of like energy that, like electricity we can turn in and off. I think it's something that's always, is always, is always that always being that way, that always will. You feel me? It has always been and it always will. You feel me? So I think we're trying to use our limitation, we're trying to use our limitation, right, to perceive or conceive what God is, which doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Because we are bound to our limitation, until we break that bubble, right? And actually, get out of that, we you can't really perceive what God is. You know what I'm saying?
Everything could be God, right? That's how I look at it. Everything. I was listening to a Metallica song, and he was in his verse. He was talking about asking God to wake him up from the sleep. And I thought that was deep.
This is why I be thinking that these people is sometimes, these people directly ties to the government. Like this is the second time, right? Somebody called me by my government name, right? And these people have that, the same characteristic of the government. You know what I'm saying? They move like the police. You feel me? So it is that kind of make me think that there is some validity when to what I was saying, Kenneth Dummy. You know, I think you're probably like a, you know, a CIA or, you know, FBI type of agent. That's just, you know, studying people, you know, that's just gathering information and report it back, you know what I'm saying, to your bosses and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like what are you
You
trying
know
to
how
prove
easy it
by
is to
calling
find people,
government?
to find out who someone is, man. Nowadays, it's just too easy with technology. That's why I don't like it. There's no privacy. They can find out. All they need your name, your birth date. That's why I say saying my
Man, I mean,
birthday and my
you know,
name's
for
right
real,
here. People can find out anything about it. I don't give a fuck. I don't, you know.
people that had to find out my real name is probably people that haven't known
No,
me
but
for a
they
long
can do
while,
other
a
shit
long
too, man.
time.
They can
Kenna Dummy know
steal.
me for a long time. You know,
They
back
can
in the
steal
days,
your
you know, when
identity, bro. You know, that's
like
another.
Kenna Dummy knew me. Yeah,
They,
you know me for a long time. When I first came, you know, on the YouTube, you know, coming from Hangout, I was using, you
King
know,
Dummy just
my
be in a
real
bad
government.
mood. That's why I don't pay no mind to
Say that
King
again?
Dummy. Sometimes he's in a bad mood, King Dummy, and he tries to reflect his anger. So I just let him fucking say whatever he says. That's how a lot of people are, man. I just be ignoring that shit, cause
Nah, but the truth,
sometimes
you know what
people
they
are in
say
a
about
bad
when
mood.
you know
I just
what
let them be, man. They
they
trying
say
to.
when you're drunk, right?
Misery loves company, man, and they'll pull you down to that energy. You know
You
how I
know,
know?
nah,
'Cause
ain't
I used to
nobody gonna
do
put
it.
me
I
down.
used to do it to people, and it works. But I don't like
Nah,
playing
I
games
know
no
how to
more.
climb up the I know how to climb up and climb down the ladder my goddamn self. So ain't nobody gonna pull me down or, you know, push me up, right? Because I can do that on my own. But what I was saying is that you know what people say, the truth come out when you're drunk, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
The truth come out when you're angry, right? When you're angry and you're mad, the truth come out. You always tell people things that you always wanted to say to them. You feel me? But you didn't have enough battery on your back. You didn't have how people say enough balls to say it. And your anger fuel you up to say what you needed to say. You feel me? Because you feel like invincible. You feel like you have some type, you know, some type of superpower when you're angry. This is why, you know, most damages, most of the, you know, shit being done with anger. You know what I'm saying? Anger gets shit done. That's what people did. People say, right? Be angry because anger got shit done. You know what I'm saying? So when people mad or angry, you gotta watch what they say because they will tell you the truth. They will tell you what they always want to say to you, but they just, you know, ain't have enough courage to say it. Just like when people drunk, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
When
that's
people
true.
drunk, they're like, man, I don't give a fuck. You feel me?
Because I've done it. When I would be mad, I really let the person know how I feel. So yeah, that is true.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like I always say, man, I don't give,
Everybody's
I
done that.
really don't care, bro. Can a dummy? I'm just pointing out the obvious. You feel me? Like I don't really don't care who you are, bro. I don't care. I don't know who you are from a can of paint, and I really, you know what I'm saying, don't care. You know what I'm saying, who you are or what you're doing. I'm just pointing out the obvious. You feel me? Real shit. Who you? Like I said, what you eat don't make me shit. So who you choose to be ain't going to affect who I am, bro. You feel me? Real shit.
Damn, did I download these pictures? I hope I did. It was show. Oh yeah, I did. That's right. It's showing this guy triangulating the sun. I always used to think of this.
What?
Hold on, let me pull it up. I was looking at some of these instruments. Hold on, I'll pull it up. I was looking at this thing, which, you know, if people, they say they created these by studying, right, the sun and the stars. But I think that's bullshit. I think these instruments are created from the people who created the sun, moon, and the stars. If we can create a star in a fucking jar called sololuminescence, what makes people think we didn't create these stars? And the sun, or creating suns. People say, oh, it's a synthetic sun. But how do you know? You flew up there and touched the sun? You don't know what the sun is. It could be a reflection. It could be, it could be anything, man. And I don't think it's 95 million miles away either. Nobody could see 95 million miles away. I try to explain to my friend, you can't even see down the street all the way. But you could look up and see 95 million miles away. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, I guess it go back to knowing what the truth is, right? If you know what a light bulb is, no matter where you go, if you see one, you're going to know that's a motherfucking light bulb, nigga. It don't matter what they call it. Like you can go to Haiti, they call it lumière, or you go to France, they call it lumière, right? Or you go to motherfucking Puerto Rico or any Spanish country, they call it luz, right? La luz, right? You still know this is the motherfucking light, nigga. This is a motherfucking light bulb, nigga. Like I don't give a fuck what y'all call it, what y'all say it is. It's a motherfucking light bulb, right? So that's what I'm saying. I think that's what I'm trying to say when it comes to the sun. When it comes to a lot of things, once you know what the truth is, once you recognize the truth in is in plain sight. It's literally in your face in plain sight. You know what I'm saying? So you can always point out the obvious about what they're lying about it, how they're lying about the truth, or what the lie is. But I think you were saying something, bro.
God separated the waters from the waters. But look at this shit.
Yeah.
Triangulation, man. I always thought if you take a triangle and you put it at the pole, right? You take a tip of a triangle, you put it into the pole. You could take it from Polaris, and then the bottom of the triangle would be the sun and the moon. Then it's a diamond. Then you take the other triangle and you flip it upside down and you put it where the central sun would be that lines up with Polaris. And then the other part, you get what I'm saying? So it's a diamond.
Yeah, that's why my avatar, my pic, the pictures that I drew myself, that's why I make sure it kind of come up in a 3D way, that kind of create, give you the diamond. If you're looking at the first step of the pyramid, it's a diamond, right? And if you're looking at the other one, it's like half of the diamond, but it's because of how, it angled, you know what I'm saying? To kind of create that 3D. And when you're looking at the picture as a whole, right? The two pyramids, if you put them together, it's a diamond with an X in the middle. You feel me? Because a diamond, a X, is a reversible diamond. Like if you take a diamond, you flip it inside out, it will give you an X. You get what I'm saying? Or if you take an X, you flip it inside out, you get a diamond. You know what I'm saying? Because X is like a cross. You know what I'm saying? Which is the same. If you outline a cross, what you get? You get a diamond. You know what I'm saying? If you outline a cross, you literally get a diamond. You know what I'm saying? So the cross, you know what I'm saying, is literally, a diamond inside out. So my avatar is kind of like 3 diamonds. You know what I'm saying? Which is the Holy Trinity, right? The mother, the father, and the child, right? Which is the whole family tree. Which is, the 2 different earths, which is the 2 earths in the North Pole, which is another earth.
Oh, I'm fucking muted up. Look at this shit. I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to be, but I found this picture. It's layered like an onion. It looks like a fucking vagina.
Right.
Leviathan. Then it's got the zodiac, the 7 layers, the 7 chakras, the 7 seas, the 7 continents, right? Or countries, right? Then there's countries, which probably
Right.
they
The
named
tree.
it too as countries because
Just that.
each country had a family tree, right? There's a bloodline that ran these so-called countries, but a country is the council of the tree, and it makes me think of all the old school cosmology had these trees and these like there's proof of giant tree stumps, but people are in denial, and that's fine. You know, that shit don't bother me. That's how they see it. But when I look at it, I don't see what the school tells me. I don't see a mesa or a plateau. I see a giant cut fucking tree, right? And
Yeah.
something cut that
This is the
fucker.
reason why they say. This is the reason why. This is the reason why they kind of say the people at the North Pole is kind of small people, like elf people, right? And when you go outside of that, you got people like us, right? And when you go outside of that, again, you get people like Africans. You know, these Africans. You know, I'm not going to say some of the Africans is not like regular sized people like us, but most of these Africans, you know, they got moved out from America, right? Like how they, you know, they tell like they how they tell you the slave trade happened is really happening in reverse. Like you have a whole country in Africa. I think what they call that country again? That people migrated from here and built that country in Africa. You feel me? I for, I forgot what that country called. So if they did that in modern time, how do we know in the past that you know they didn't already did that, right? How do we know it was the first time they go into Africa and building countries, and especially how you have
There
a lot
were
of people
14
talking
feet
about.
tall people. There was
Say
14
that
feet
again.
tall people for sure, man. There was all sorts of people in
Bro,
different
when you're
sizes
looking
for
at the
sure.
Dogon, bro, when you're looking at the Dogon people, when you're looking at the Sudanese people, when you're looking at a lot of people like from Africa, these people are tall as a motherfucker. They're like basketball players height.
Manute
You feel
Ball,
me?
like Manute Ball. Manute Ball was real tall. Manute Ball, I think, was 7'8", 7 something. Manute Ball, but his legs are skinny as a fucking tree twig. But yeah, Manute Ball that played in the NBA, he was tall as hell.
Right. So a
Taller
lot
than
of these
Shaq.
Africans, man, you know, they really, you know, I think, you know, they really, you know, descended from the giant. This is why they're talking about the giant build the pyramid, the giant this, the giant that, but like I said, I was going somewhere with that. I forgot what you was talking about earlier. I was about to say something, man. I forgot it. Probably will come back to me in a little bit. But yeah, we were talking about the trees, right? The trees, right? What shape is the reason why they talk about the tree of life, right? Or the flower of life, but especially the tree of life. What shape that tree got? It's shaped like a diamond in a defective way, meaning that it grow down and it grow up. You feel me? So that's a diamond. You got, you got branches faces up, and you got the roots facing down. You feel me? That's a diamond right there. You know, but I think the
So
giant, you know, they come from. I think the giant come from bigger land. Like like how they talk about what type of fish I think they talk about. Is it a goldfish? You know, they say if you put a goldfish, in a little ass fish pond, you know what I'm saying? Then they will be small. But if you put them in a bigger, you know what I'm saying, pond, they get bigger. You feel me? The bigger the container, is the bigger the fish kind of grow. So it's the same way. base of the pyramid is kind of larger, right, and bigger. So the sun and the moon, take a longer period of time to go around, and also the people tend to be larger and bigger. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, if we're looking at these African women, man, most of these African women, they big as hell and they tall. You feel me? And the men also, they huge and tall, man. They like giant. You know what I'm saying? But because they mix this shit, you feel me? Like I think they mix this shit. You know what I'm saying? They turn it into a Mexican, right? Or mix it. They put everything in the same can, nigga. So people don't know like where where the where they at. You know what I'm saying? For real.
You know what
This
this
whole shit
reminds
got
me of?
fucked up. Mhm.
You ever see those alchemy pictures where they have the alchemist and he has a jar, right? And it has fire under it, and it has water, and it's evaporating. That's the same alchemy that goes on here. Reminds me, we're the fucking genie in the lamp.
Literally. I had that, I drew
This
one of these
earth
pictures.
is the alchemical. I don't know what they call it, man. I'm gonna get a picture and line it up, and people will see what I'm talking about.
Now I agree with that. I agree with that. That's my conception of the earth that we're living in. And I think there is another one just like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there is two other ones just like that they don't want us to know about. You feel me? I think one of them is where the small people came from, right? And the other one, right, is where these other beings came from that that we just see popped up out of nowhere, right? That claim that that basically only have their origin in the Bible. In certain beings that doesn't have a origin outside of the Bible. Outside of the Bible, they can't prove where these people come from, and I think they come from the other earth. You feel me?
What if the step pyramid went it went the other way? This would be the top part, but hell, they call us hell. We're in hell because the guy was explaining. Let me play this video for you. It's 6 minutes, man. You can watch it. You weren't here last time when I played it. I'm not downing this guy, but I think some of the stuff he says is legit. Check this out real quick.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to cover this and explain why we actually live in hell. Okay, so Tartary is actually Tartarus, and it's actually another word for Tartarus is hell. Okay, and we understand that they used to call Siberia and Asia Tartaria, and then
I don't know why that shit was skipping. Hold on, I know why. Because of this stupid thing was in the way. All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to cover this and explain why we actually live in hell. Okay, so Tartary is actually Tartarus, and it's actually another word for Tartarus is hell. Okay, and we understand that they used to call Siberia and Asia Tartaria, and then in America it was called Tartaria Superior. So basically, America will be the capital of hell. You see, and if you look right here on this map, it says Hades Bridge, and so I'm looking into it and I'm reading the book about the last reset in 1728, and it explains how the people that were in the ancient lands of Anak, which is where the giants live, and the people in the Ancestral Republic, and a lot of the people in the known lands was trying to fight at the gate. And Lilith, right? Lilith is an Anunnaki, and one of the ancient bloodlines of the Anunnaki is actually guarding the gate. That's where her castle's at. And Lilith and the Anunnaki actually guard the gate to get out of hell, right? So this land is actually highly protected, and you can see like where the Ancestral Republic is. It's inside the mountain ring, right there on the bottom. Okay, it's inside the mountain ring, and outside the mountain ring, what do you see? Lemuria, Atlantis, the Mermaid Islands. So if they try to go in the waters, the mermaids and all of their civilizations will get them in the water. If they try to go to the sky, Atlantis and Lemuria will get them from the sky. And if they try to go on land, Lilith, they have to go through the gate. So Lilith and the Klingon people, which is basically a hybrid species of Elohim and Draconians, and that's like their species of people right there. And so the most ancient bloodline in the known lands is North Central South America and Africa, and all the lands that's inside of the known lands is the most ancient bloodlines. All the black people in the known lands are the children of Tiamat. So this is actually the original land throughout the whole galaxy. And this is the bottomless pit. We're in the bottom of the bottom. So if every other land is higher than us. So when they talk about Christ coming to the bottomless pit, he was coming to the known lands, because that's where hell is at. And so Lucifer, which is Satan, which is also Enki, was cast down to the known lands into inner earth, to where he's actually held, you know what I'm saying, he chained up, you know what I'm saying, because he was trying to splice the DNA of the Elohim. He was trying to splice the DNA of his own brother. So he was punished by Anu, and he was put there by the Anunnaki, and Lilith and all of her people, and also who else is that? Atos, which is Thanatos, the son of Nyx, grandson of Chaos, and these are royal ancient Anunnaki bloodlines. Okay, and then they got another person named Argus, which is like a hybrid creature. So if you can see it right there, it says it outside of the mountain ring, Argus. And these beings are actually making sure that the wicked ones and the giants never leave hell. You can't escape hell. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to blast the dome so that they can try to escape, but they can't get past it. So what Elon's trying to do is get the free energy and stuff like that from the classified files, so that he can actually have a craft that can fly past the mountain ring south and keep going south into what is Terra, which is Mars. Mars is south of us. So all he got to do is fly south, but it's a one-way trip, because that's why the homie said he got to pass away on Mars, because you can't come back and forth, because you can't gas up once you get there. You know what I'm saying? There's no place to gas up at. So he has to pass away there to establish a spaceport so that they can come back and forth. But I don't think that's going to happen, because they're being surrounded by Atlantis, Lemuria, the Mermaid Islands, and Lilith and all her goons. And then you got Thanatos, which is the grandson of Chaos. You know what I'm saying? These are ancient primordial beings out here on the outside. And then Leviathan actually is in these waters on the outside. And at first I thought that...
All right, man. I just wanted you to hear the beginning part. Well, he was explaining how the realm is shaped, but as far as all that other stuff being out there, nobody knows, because we haven't been out there. But
I mean, I think it's some truth to it. I think he just is a lot of truth that's being compiled, into, like I was saying, like just like how people trying to compile God into a little box, right? Into the little frame of thinking, right? I think it's the same way a lot of time when people have a lot of information, they're constantly trying to compile it, right? And to fit, you know what I'm saying? Like the way of thinking. But like I said, I think it's some truth to it, but I just think that the way he explained it, is more vast, than the way he put it. But I do agree, I think that, like it, each sphere, shaped like a pyramid. Inside of each sphere, shaped like a pyramid. So as above, so below. So small part that's at the bottom is the same small part that's at the top. Just like when you're looking at a diamond, right? When you're looking at a diamond, there is a peak at the bottom, right? And there is a peak at the top, right? What we call, the cap, or the pyramid. You know what I'm saying? So, like I was saying, so I agree with a lot of things he said, but one of the
Yeah, the
things that
cap to
I
the
think
pyramid is
is
the throne of
actually
God. The cap to the pyramid is the throne of God. Just like the cap to your pyramid is the throne of God, the pineal gland.
Yeah, but the bottom of it, if you're looking at my shit, it's just like it's like a diamond open. It's like a diamond open up. You know what I'm saying? Breaking in half, open up a certain way. Like if you stick it together, if I didn't create that 3D effect of that picture, you will literally see a diamond in the shape of, like, you will see a diamond in the shape of a step pyramid at the bottom. And you get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that just like you said, the top pyramid is the throne of God. The bottom of the pyramid is the throne of Satan, right? Is the pit of hell, right? Just like the picture that you showed me earlier. You get what
It's
I'm
not
saying?
evil.
So these people, say that again.
It's not evil either. People say the throne of Satan
I
is
mean, if we're
evil,
talking
but
about God, if you're talking about God, you can't. How can you not talk about the devil? They come in
I
as a
think they're
pair.
one and the same. I think they're one and the same.
That's like saying the top of the. That's like saying the top of the diamond is the same as the bottom of the diamond,
No, but
right?
it's still the diamond.
It mirror each other. It appear to be the same, right? It's similar, but it's not the same.
It's still the
It's
diamond.
similar. It appear to be the same, right? I mean, yeah, the whole thing is the diamond, but when we're looking at when we're talking about the two different end of the diamond, you know what I'm saying? It's two different end of the diamond for a reason. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking at the diamond as a whole, right? It's just like when we talk about our lower self and our higher self. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't talk about your higher self without talking about the lower self unless you're just talking about your whole self, right? If you're talking about yourself as a whole, there is no need to talk about your higher self or your lower self. But if you're talking about your lower self, you know what I'm saying, you automatically creating, open up the conversation to be talking about your lower self. You get what I'm saying? It's the reason why they say as above, so below. As within, so without. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's like a pair. It's like the two. It's like the two different wings of the same bird. Yeah, we know it. The two wings, right? Is a part of the same bird. Unless we're talking about the bird as a whole, right? You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the wings. The left wings of the bird. It automatically create. Or open the door for us to talk about the right wings of the bird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Or
but
unless we're
that's
gonna
a
be
lot
talking
of
about the bird as a whole. That's basically what I
that's a
was saying with
certain
the pyramid.
thinking. That's a certain type of people that were in these thinking groups, and they created this duality. But the source alone created either side of the duality, right? The source is either
Right,
side. Like you're the source, but you
right,
embody what we would call good and evil. We could do either.
right. Right, but what I was saying about the way he described, in the video, it's like, the top of the pyramid, right, is God's throne, and the bottom of the pyramid is the devil throne or the devil pit, right? So these
Yeah, it's like
people,
I think that means like lower vibrating energy
right,
up to the highest vibrating. It's like Satan would be in hell and all that would be the physical, and God and all that would be the spiritual or the evaporated gases and all that up to the higher realm where you're not holding on so much weight and material.
yeah. So remember, the devil came to heaven. Remember the devil, after the devil got cast down from heaven, right? For thinking that, he could be God, right? For thinking that he could convince everybody that, man, gotta, y'all gotta look.
Yeah,
I'm the
so
big dog here,
he threw him to
right?
the
Instead
physical.
of realizing he was already, a part of the big dog, right? So hold on.
That
So
we
listen
could
to this
all
right
be
quick.
Satan.
So he was already in heaven. You know what I'm saying?
They say
Yeah,
this is an experience, right?
yeah. We all can be that.
Yeah, we all got thrown down here for something.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to listen,
But for what?
if you're going to rebel, right, if you're going to rebel against who you automatically a devil, because devil is really symbolized rebellion, because the devil rebel against God. That's what makes him the devil, because he rebel against God. You feel me? So if you're going to rebel or repel, right, against yourself, you are the devil, right? But if you are, bringing both, bringing them together, right, you are God. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what God is. You know what I'm saying? God created everything. You know what I'm saying? And everything was good. You feel me? Because everything was together. Everything was in unison. There was no separation or rebellion. You know what I'm saying? But what I was saying though, again, with like what
It
how
makes
I'm
sense.
thinking, versus the in the picture is that instead of like them trying to leave hell, is them trying to is them afraid of going back to hell, just like the devil came to heaven after he got cast down from heaven. He went to heaven while God had
Yeah,
a
when
meeting, so he
you
still had
become a
to
rebel,
heaven,
you it's like ants,
right?
bro. They're all slaves working as a unit. You could look at it that way, or you could look at it as a good or a negative thing. But like it says in the Bible, they became aware and they broke away from. It's like they became aware and wanted more than what was given.
Right.
It reminds me of that movie, Smallfoot, where the fucking leader was lying to all of them and told them there's no land outside of there. It's sort of like the Bible, man. It keeps you within the cult,
But that's
keeps
what
you
I'm trying to
binded
use the Bible.
as a
That's what I'm
unit.
trying to use the. That's what I'm trying to use the Bible, because that's what he kind of used. Oh, that's kind of what being played. But what I'm saying, instead of these people trying to leave, like I said, instead of these people trying to leave, you know, trying to leave, hell, but it's them afraid of going to hell. It's like the devil, after he realized what he did, right? He like, man, if I'm going to hell, I'm so scared. I can't go by myself. I'm going to convince, you know what I'm saying, most, of these people to come with me. So this is what's going on with these people, what we're looking at right now, that's being played out. These people they invaded heaven. So now that the time is coming for them to go back to hell, right? For them to go to hell for what they did, they're trying to be like, man, I'm taking everybody with us. Like we want as many people as we want to come with us. So it's more in reverse. I'm agreeing with the concept that there is something, there is some type of living that's taking place, but the living is not about leaving hell and go to heaven. It's about leaving heaven and going to hell. Like how like what how the story being told in the Bible with what like what like how like basically what God did to the devil after he rebelled. After we being rebelled against nature, after you rebelling against nature, you're gonna have to pay some consequences. You feel me? Because you shouldn't go against nature. It's your nature. How can you go against your nature? You feel me? You're going to end up causing harm to yourself. This is what I'm talking about. That after you rebel against yourself, which is the God that you are, you become the devil. You feel me?
I got to jump off here in like
But like I
15
said, man,
minutes.
I do. Yeah, salute.
There's a delay, huh?
I do see. Say that again.
Yep. There's a delay. I could tell because when I say something, it takes a minute and then you hear it.
Yeah, it's probably a delay. But yeah, like I was saying, man, I do agree with what he was saying. I just think that he compiled it, into a small, it compiled it into a micro thing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. He compiled it into a micro, right? But I'm looking at it into the micro aspect, right? But I think he looking at it as the micro aspect. You feel me? So that's when the micro versus the micro come into play. Some people can perceive things, as small as it can be, and some people can perceive things, as big as it could be, right? Which where God will be at. You know what I'm saying? God is basically kind of represent, the infinite aspect of things. You know what I'm saying? And I think, when it comes to the devil, it kind of represent the singular aspect of things. But I think I've been running my mouth, for so long, you know what I'm saying? Like, about, my own little thinking, you know what I'm saying, my own little spill, that ain't really got nothing with, kind of with reality for real. And on top of that, you gotta go, bro. So definitely salute to you. You feel me? I just had to come up, because I know I ain't come, I ain't been able, to catch your live, in a while. Sometime when I do, I be, doing other things so I can. But yeah, bro.
I'm gonna jump off here when it's 4 hours and 30 minutes.
All right, 4 more minutes. But yeah, bro, definitely shout out to you, bro. You feel me, man? You be having, you be having a lot of image, man. Feel me? I'm like, man, like, I agree. I see what's going on, but it's kind of like different type of Christians hearing the same scriptures, but they get it. They have a different interpretation about the scriptures. You feel me? That's kind of why, I'm seeing when it come with the pictures, and it's kind of crazy. Pictures do rhyme with scriptures. You know what I'm saying? But that's just that's another story. So pictures, can be interpreted different, in many different ways, just like the scriptures is being interpreted in many different ways. And you know what people say about pictures? They say, man, a picture mean 1,000 words. You know what I'm saying? So if you have, 1,000 motherfucker looking at a picture, each motherfucker see a different word in that picture. You know what I'm saying? But the picture, speak all the 1,000 words. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And I think when people say pictures speak 1,000 words, it's like a different way of saying that pictures, have a different, have 1,000 perceptions. You know what I'm saying? Which all go back to one conception. But I think you was about to say something, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm looking at this. I forgot what this was showing. I know it's planes are spraying, and they're showing them throwing frequencies in the targeted area. But I don't know what these radars have to do. If they're pinging something, I don't know. I gotta find that picture.
Yeah, that's a 3D picture right there. It's a 3D picture right there. Facts. And I think a lot of pictures you be showing too, they kind of go with me, with how I think that the earth is kind of shaped like a pyramid, because a lot of these, even the Mayans, right? A lot of certain pictures, like kind of like the cosmic eggs. If you're looking at the cosmic egg, it's an egg, but when you look inside of the egg, the yolk shaped like a pyramid. You know what I'm saying? Like a step pyramid. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of, old pictures, you know, that's why they correlate, what I'm saying, with how, the earth that's inside of the sphere, the atmosphere, is like a, pyramid. But I think what they not reveal to it is the fact that it's not actually a pyramid. It's a it's a diamond. The only way they show you the diamond is through reflection. You feel me? The only way they show you the whole picture is through reflection. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say this, bro. You say you had to go at 4:30. Much love and respect, bro. Respect to you, bro. To the chat. You feel me? And JG that was up here, bro. And until next time, bro. Yeah.
All right, Naga. Thanks for coming up, man. And peace to everyone who came through, man. I'm out. I'll probably go live tomorrow in the morning. But peace out. Until next time. Listen to some Metallica.